A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes. A sack of potatoes, 1 bag of potatoes.
And we are live talking about politics once again. Canadian politics. How are you, Dragon? So the Dragon is occupied doing something else. So the topic for today, Canada Press Gallery 2025, followed by Guilbeault on leaving cabinet and Stellantis scandal. It's kind of hilarious. We have so many things to mention. And before we really dive deep into the press gallery, so the press gallery is like a big gala. It's like the moment where political figure eat with each other and they look like they can get along, and it's very interesting. And they all have a speech.
Well, technically, what's funny, people never understand. Even in the U.S., there's multiple dinners like that or get-togethers. But the thing is, what we think of the press gallery, it's like the press pool outside of wherever they gather. But what you're thinking of is we have like State of the Union dinners or special dinners by throughout the year. Like holiday, you'll have like even the ones like the White House Christmas party example, just when the first ones happened this year. There's like 4 in December, and they invite public officials. Then there's the other, kind of a big deal, between Thanksgiving, stuff like that. They'll do you want to come to the White House. But all in all, majority of people do agree on stuff. It's an interesting thing, because you'll have the one for, like, we have one for the press, like the State of the Union, not State of the Union, but, God, I can't think of the name of it. It's when Obama notoriously made fun of himself at one point, because, like, he cracked jokes. It's, like, supposed to be the president looser kind of thing. But it's like a dinner, and then that's where you have a bunch of people. But, I mean, for the most part, you guys have this problem of, you have the people playing optics, and then you got the people who, your liberals sound like downgraded versions. The only reason I sigh whenever I hear it, because I'll hear it longer because it will play in the background normal. I'm like, I rolled my eyes in the back of my head. It happens because I hear it from our politicians. Like, the only advantage Poilievre has is he has more charisma.
And it's funny because you speak about charisma, you will see it in full display. So the press gallery, I will also add this before we get to react to the first clip. Well, it's more like big video at that point, but
yeah.
The big context is, well, it has been 6 years a conservative leader didn't step into that yearly event. The last time around was Andrew Scheer, the former leader of the Conservative Party. But Erin O'Toole, the guy that was hired in between Pierre Poilievre and Andrew Scheer, didn't show up. And actually, most of the conservative, they just don't go at that event because they know the press is not really on their side, and they're not that interested into that kind of elitist big event. So it's been 6 years we didn't see a conservative leader, or mostly a member of parliament, which is kind of fascinating because you get to see even bloc people, which are the separatists. It's kind of funny, and it's interesting to note. Now, let's get into the first video from that night. And I got 3 videos showcasing the 3 big leader and the 3 big party. And it's kind of funny because we can see the charisma through each video. And there's one that
When I
Well,
mean
I won't spoil it, but let's get into it.
when I mean he has charisma, the problem itself is governance. The problem is, let's assume, look, the standard argument from them during the question period is the other side of the aisle should be doing this if they cared for the children. So you see that excuse flies here
Yeah.
every
So
so often.
let,
But yeah,
let's get into it, and I will tell you this.
yes.
That was very painful to clip that because it was very hard to find the footage, first of all. And second, this
What?
next 18 minutes is just horrendous. And voters, they must see who Mark Carney is because he is like the reject kid. Like, in high school, you always have the reject kid that cannot make friends. And the moment he gets attention, he is so glad that he is now the center of attention. And he will do everything to keep that spotlight on him, even if it's not really great or good. They will do it. But you see, I suspect Mark Carney, when he was a child, he was the reject nobody liked. And he didn't have any friends. And I will be honest here. I was a bit like him. But there's the big catch. As I grow older, I don't want to assert dominance the way he wants to. I don't want to be remembered as someone that changed the world the way he wants to think he will be doing the changing. And he will be the big force, the big example, the legendary guy. I don't think he will be legendary. Or if he becomes legendary, it will be for all of the wrong reasons, like the most corrupt Canadian politician, or another thing is, the most hated Canadian politician, because at some point I think people will be tired of his lies in this BS. So anyway, this is a big intro. So I relate a lot to Mark Carney, but here's the thing. He has so much power, and so much of the laws he tried to pushes down everyone's throats shows me he's not trustworthy. So instead of making his struggle he had as a younger fellow, well, he is turning into a tyrant, and it's kind of tragic. So let's get into it. And I'm sorry there's a lot of French part in it, because he really wants to pander to Quebec, because he knows most of his base is from Quebec. Like, if you really look into it, 25% of his members in parliament are from Quebec. So he has no choice but to speak French. And it's horrendous French. I will try to translate as it goes on, but I'm not as good as the people in Parliament. So I'm apologizing already for the French. So let's get into it. And the worst in that, I did cut some of his speech, because at some point he was about to leave, but he doesn't leave, and that's a big joke that just doesn't land. And at some point, he just starts rambling in French for I don't know how long, because I click off the video. I was like, we are 18 minutes in, and he keeps going, and now he's in French. So it's not worth clipping. So again, this clip is massive. This clip is long. Let's get into it. I'm sorry about the French. Let's do this.
It was a great song. God damn it. Is it too late now to say sorry?
So that guy is basically the animator. It's like the guy that presents the people, the candidate, or the celebrity, or the comedian, because they do hire a comedian. And that's the next clip, the comedian I was talking about, because the comedian came in right after Carney, and something happened. Anyway, let's just
You
get
mean
into it.
you mean this dinner, they have to be lighter? Because remember I told you it's like one of the dinners, there's like the president. Even if
Yeah.
it's a stern president, like Trump had one this year.
But you
And
see, Mark Carney likes the attention. He likes the spotlight. So he's glad to be there. It's like his element. It's like all of the Laurentian elites. Let's get into it.
It's a good song. It's a good song. It's kind of song you dance with your elbows down, though.
Look at that. He's like, oh, he used my elbows up. He used it. He mocks it. But like deep down, I feel like he's shattered because he's like, oh, he just laughed at me because I'm stupid. That's my guess. But hey, let's keep playing.
So after saving the Liberal Party, your mission is now to save the country. No pressure.
He says that because last year, 2024 in December, Justin Trudeau was so disliked, he was getting kicked out by his own party. And what happened? Well, they were polling like 30 points behind the Conservative. And it's kind of stupid and crazy because at that point, if we had a NDP that was actually clever, they would have teamed up with the Conservative to overthrow the government and create an election in December last year. But no, we had Jagmeet Singh that was just siding with the Liberals as long as we don't get the Conservative government. It was just disgusting, and we know what happened after. But basically, the Liberals were so far behind because of Trudeau mess that the party was in shambles, and Carney was viewed as the savior. And to be honest, he performed very well. But that's because we had a snap election and nobody truly knows him. And even as of right now, he is really good at hiding because he doesn't want people to know he is a Marxist. He doesn't want people to know deep down he wants an authoritarian, totalitarian regime, because this is what Carney tries really hard to do. And even his management style, based on so many testimony I've heard, the way it goes, he feels or he acts like a CEO. So that means it's top-down approach, and people don't really have a say. They just execute what the big boss says. And it just feels so wrong in a democracy where you're, in quote, leader, yes, he was elected, but it just feels so off, especially when we compare it to the Conservative caucus, where in the Conservative caucus, everyone has a say. Even if Pierre Poilievre is the leader right now, they do vote everything they push through the House. Every single thing has been discussed within the Conservative caucus. But in the Liberal side, it's not like that. And what irritates me the most, the media are on the Liberal side. And the Liberal, they keep lying, saying the other side are fascists and all. But like, they are the ones that listen to democracy. And Liberals prove times and times they want to undermine it with so many power grab. Anyway, let's play more of that press gallery. I'm so irritated with the Liberals. I cannot wait for them to get kicked out. Really.
Mesdames et Messieurs, Canada's Big Daddy and Prime Minister, Mark Carney.
Gentlemen and men and ladies, the Prime Minister is coming. He likes it, likes the spotlight.
Merci.
Thank you. Sorry for the French. I think it will start in French.
Merci, Mathieu.
Thank you, Mathieu.
Merci mille fois.
Thank you 1,000 times.
Je sais ton nom.
I know your name.
I'm trying to forget it.
Oh, admit
Alors,
that.
Vos
that makes me
Excellences,
chuckle.
le Premier ministre actuel, Premier ministre Simpson.
The
Premier
first
Ministre
Prime
ancien.
Minister right now.
Premier Ministre Clark.
I actually don't know or understand what he refers to, but he is in his bubble. So let's hear more about his very long speech, because his speech is very long. And again, I really wanted to show most of it. I did cut some of the French at the very end because I had enough of that nonsense. But let's get into it.
Premier ministre Charest, Premier ministre Kenny, bienvenue, je vous.
So he is mentioning Kenny and Jean Charest. Jean Charest was the previous Prime Minister of Quebec, roughly 20 years ago already. It's been a long time. And he was also, at the federal level, a conservative, which is very interesting. So he just salutes all of the elites he likes, all of the people that he resonates with. And now I think his first joke isn't coming, and it will be a telling joke about the kind of person he is.
Souhaite la bienvenue ici
He's
Vos
wishing welcome.
Excellences, cabinet colleagues, current and future. Listen. Hey, it's a big tent. C'est un grand.
It's funny because the first time I was watching this, I didn't understand it's a Big Tent reference, but now I do, because apparently Carney wants to push Canada into Big Tent of the European Union, and it will be costly. But hey, Carney really likes the UK and their censorship, and Keir Starmer is follow man of the WEF. So this is what's going on. He is referring to the European Union. It's whatever. It's Carney. What to expect to him? I don't even find that funny, but I do it, man. Do it.
I'll talk about l'extrême centre. Hey, j'aime l'extrême centre. Hein?
Okay. He says something that's nonsensical. Maybe it does make sense in English, but basically he says extreme center. In French, nobody really says that. So, I will ask you, Dragon, extreme center. Does it ring any bells to you?
Unless he wants to call himself a radical centrist. Extreme center would mean, I guess, what was the language leading up to it?
He was speaking about different political stripes and the tent.
So
you're saying he's a radical center?
He's trying to do. All right. So the context.
That's not even funny. It's
so
just
the
horrendous.
context is, if you ever hear a radical centrist, they try to pull. It's a philosophy that kind of works like independent libertarians do in the United States, but more. It's like, oh, but you can talk to both sides, right? Like, it's kind of, but the system works as long as you don't have extremes. The issue, like with you guys, like as an example,
we have so many flavors of left.
you guys are basically flavors of left mixed with people who are conservative. Yeah. Here in like the U.S., we have pretty firm palettes. The palette of power shifts every so often. So let's say liberals and conservatives both comprise maybe 30%. Let's say it's 30, 30, 40, right? Yeah. 40% being the undivided, the silent majority, and independents who decide elections. Now, realistically, a radical centrist would try to use the 40% for the consensus of stuff.
Yeah, but I will tell you this. Mm-hmm. I will already debunk that. Yes, he appeals a lot to the people that thinks they are in the center but are actually leaning left but not too far left, because this is what we have here in Canada. And I will tell you this. He appeals so much to the far left. It can do anything. Anything. The far left will praise him because he's part of the Liberal Party. That's what's going on. But I know circles on the right. Lots of circle. I follow lots of channel. I'm in lots of Facebook group, and I'm in touch with the base on the right. Nobody, and I don't even exaggerate. Everybody I've heard and talked to, they despise Carney. So really, he really appeals to the left and some of the center-ish or center-left people. This is really the only base he will ever have, because his approach is just horrendous. Even as of right now, I don't think he will win over any of the right-leaning people. And he will also take shots at Pierre Poilievre at some point, because that's really early in the night, and Pierre Poilievre wasn't there in the room at that point. And when you take shots at another leader like that because he's not there, well, it will be hard to appeal to their fan base. if he was there, that'd be different, I think. But like, Pierre wasn't there. Anyway, let's get into it. And I will also add this: the funny will laugh about Pierre Poilievre not being there. It's not been funny. It's like, oh, I'm glad he's not there, and
Also, you notice
he won't
that
be there as
you
well.
also know they're going to have to like act like they're like technically during the yearly presidential dinner. There's like a couple of them. You're not obligated to show up. I mean, some people will show up. They'll do
Yeah.
it for sheer appearances, and then they basically do that. But like, if a conservative leader hasn't attended in 6 years, I mean,
Yeah. So let's play more of that horrendous speech that's not very funny, and it doesn't add to his character, to be honest. And right now I'm reading Values, his book. It's so horrendous. I just don't understand people. They see him as a centrist. He's not. He is a freak. He's a far left guy. Anyway,
God, my teleprompter's not moving. My God, it's a disaster. Listen,
like his speech right now.
I'm glad we could take a break from my busy schedule to be here this evening.
So he refers to him saying he's too busy to a journalist when the journalist asked him, what about the trade with Trump? And he's like, oh, I'm too busy. It's like he's proud of himself, and I see people laughing because they get the reference. But I don't really find that funny, because as much as the reference works, I think that was an insult to Canadian, because he was elected to deal with Trump. This is really one of the biggest factor of him winning. So when he downplays it and says, oh, I'm too occupied to deal with Trump, it's just annoying. And how he jokes about it, it's like he doesn't take it seriously. He doesn't care. So I'm just tired of his really his demeanor right now. He's all proud, I don't care. Yeah, sure.
Mia. Members of the Executive Committee, thank you, seriously, thank you for this invitation to join the esteemed members of the press gallery this evening. I'll just take a moment, actually, to comment on what we just witnessed. Not that
We don't have a visual, unfortunately.
What we
That will come
witnessed
back.
was shared bylines. This is the press gallery standing up for liberal racism in this country. Well done. Well done. I have a different word for it. We used to call it solidarity. Used to be what we were about, liberal racism. That's okay. It's all right. As long as it gets the job done.
I don't find anything
It
funny.
is a pleasure to be with journalists.
you don't find
who
it funny.
empower
I find it a
Canadians
little.
with the truth and relentlessly
It's if he can
protect
pull
our
it off.
democratic
It's a deeper humor.
Yeah.
institutions. But enough about rebel news.
So this is the one of
They got
the
all the
rare
questions
outlet
for the
that's
debate.
on the right, and it's not even
C'est
paid by
ça.
the government.
I don't know. Anyways. Alors, je voudrais, tiens, à féliciter la
I wanted
gagnante-
to congratulate
gagnante, pardon, du
the
prix
winner
Charles Lynch de cette année. Peu de gens
of the prize challenge.
lisent les détails de notre démocratie aussi
Read the detail of our
attentivement
democracy
et fidèlement qu'Hélène Buzzetti. Merci, Hélène.
and being accurate to our democracy. His French is so horrendous. It bugs me out so much when he speaks in French. So at that point, I'm like, you know, you don't speak French. I know you want to appeal to Quebec, but I know a lot of the hardcore Quebec, they hear that crap, they won't vote for you. I'm sorry, but like, that's how it is. Like, no, really, his French is an insult to the language.
Well, I mean, it's his French. Obviously, he's not. It's not normal. It's probably a second. I mean, the thing is, any kind of, let's assume a German politician, someone who's German is probably going to speak German first, then English second. That's why a lot of people, it's hard for them
But what bothers me, I heard, I'm not quite sure on that, so take that with a grain of salt. But I heard Carney speaks several language, and what bothers me is I really feel the way he is like, I know French because I'm an elite, and I know French because I get these votes in Quebec. I feel like he doesn't really care that much. He just wants the prestige to it. And I'm like, if you want the prestige to it, at least try speaking it right, because then you will prove yourself to be like efficient when speaking other language. Now you're just showing off like, look, I can do this, but no, you can't really do this. Anyway, that elitism in him, I just can't stand
It's
him.
okay. The problem when you speak another language, understanding is easy because you can understand it. Speaking it's entirely separate because
Yeah.
of the dialect. Because let's assume a guttural language or something, a non German speaker, native, tries to speak German. German, when they try to speak any other language, it sounds like guttural grunting. Because I've had this discussion, like they go, it's supposed to be a romance language. I'm like, okay, but a romance language implies softness. There is no soft. That's why whenever I ever hear my friend who's German, it's adorable cussing. But dear God, everything else it's like nails on a chalkboard. And it depends on the dialect. So if he has to speak in French, he has a more elegant form of French.
No, his
Now,
French is a disaster. It's not polished. It's not really practiced. I
it's
feel like
not
he learned it.
practice. I think he can understand it, but I
Yeah.
don't think he speaks it fluently. He might have an idea.
I'm born speaking French, and there are some
You're
things he
born
said I
French.
could not translate because I didn't understand it in the first
You're born
place.
French Canadian. That's
Yeah.
different. That's kind of like if you ever know like Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese is
Well,
different than
I have friends
Portuguese.
that are from France, and their French is very different, and I still understand them. They
But
just use some expression we don't
there's
really
also
use.
some expressions that aren't going to translate over
Yeah.
because that's one thing you have to understand. Like I've told it to a friend before. He's had to ask and he's had to look it up in German, a word in German similar,
Yeah.
and it's like if you hear
My big issue my big issue again is the guy pretends he's an elitist, and yet he doesn't speak the proper French, and that's the language of the elites. Anyway, let's play more.
Elle donne un sens au processus parlementaire et nous
They
rappelle
give
que
sense to our democracy.
les
The
détails
details
sont toujours importants pour
are
assurer
all
une bonne
important.
gouvernance. And it was good as well to see Don Newman present the award 28 years, I believe, after he won it.
I don't even know Newman, so I guess
If you
that's
want to
something
go
that
on
happened
YouTube,
before.
you can see Don interviewing me when I was governor of the Bank of Canada. Iron fist and the velvet glove meets interminable, unintelligible answer. It's not pretty. Speaking of interminable, now let me turn to my prepared text. Look, Don and I know each other well. We go a long way back. For most of us in this room, you and I.
And I will admit that before we play more, I really feel like it's always all about him. Again, that goes back to I have the spotlight. I want to keep it. I like it. I enjoy the attention. I crave the attention. I'm like the kid that was lacking attention, and now I get it. So let's just fully benefits from it. So let's play more of that. Let's get into it.
I have only begun to know each other over the last 11 months. A lot more than I'd like, to be honest. But I suspect, yes, a lot less than you'd hope. So, in the spirit of this evening, I want to go deeper. I want to look back at the hinge moment that we're living together.
Another thing that really bothers me in most of his speech, it's always hinge, it's always crisis, it's always we are in a dangerous time, and all of that speak is to lower people guard, to say, "Oh, I will protect you at any means necessary because it's dangerous." I really don't like it, and he also speaks so much about division. He is the one that divides the most, and yet he will call out the conservative for doing the same. I'm sorry, but no, your party is the one that did an entire campaign about beating Trump. Anyway, let's play more.
And I will do this, wait for it, in 3 ways. First point.
He,
First
he
point.
has the personality.
I promise
of a
to keep
dead
this
horse.
light. It's a night for jokes, for warmth, pretending that we all get along.
That's
Second-
actually
second
a
point.
good one.
I promise to keep this short. Roughly the length of Champagne's prologue to his budget speech.
So Champagne budget speech was so long. So I will admit that one, clever one. So
Well, see,
he has some puns.
he tries to pull off satire humor, but the biggest problem with Carney is an administrator, but I'm not saying he's a charisma vacuum, but like this.
I
is
will
a-
say that.
this is this is like a formal. Like if you ever saw Obama's dinner like this, like if you ever heard what was thrown at Obama, he's not an American, he was born in Kenya, he's this, he's that. And what he did his dinners like this similar. And he would be able to laugh at himself, even if the jokes were written. He had the presentation for it. Now, Carney's problem is in delivery. He's flat and he's monotone. Now, arguably,
I think most of his base like it, but he will not reach out to the other side with
well,
that.
it's the thing is, you don't remember as I told you, it's projecting power. He doesn't project power. That's where, even if Putin is the world's biggest bastard, and he really is, in terms of many ways, because even if he's losing, he comes off like a strong man because he has a presence. Carney's problem, Trump, even if he's in the wrong and not in a position of power he should be, he can still project out. Carney can't do that. Carney has this, like, his jokes land very. If you get the humor with it, it's like deep humor, but the way he's delivering them, it's entertaining. But the thing is, it's flat. Now, to you, you're gonna not see the subtlety of it. And it's not defending him. It's just he's trying to come off as satirical. He's trying to loosen up so he can laugh. Because this is a dinner where everyone is supposed to attend.
Yeah,
You got to loosen up some.
I agree
But-
with that. And again, as of right now, his speech is kind of terrible, but hey, I see moments in it that are really good, but just like what you said, the delivery is not there. I feel like his delivery ruins any decent or entertaining attempt. So let's play more because we have a lot going on here.
I was right there. I wanted to take the pages from him. I wasn't quite sure on parliamentary privilege. If we didn't say it, was it really real? Did it happen?
Parliamentary privilege is basically a set of rules in Parliament, and one of them is you can lie, which is really weird. They should take that one out. Anyway, let's play more of it. And I will also add this. One of the parliamentary rule is don't insult others directly and don't disrespect anyone. But it's kind of outdated because I feel like we've seen so many question period where the liberals, they keep gaslighting and lying. And I feel like gaslight is really one of the worst form of disrespect. But hey, they like doing it, so who cares? I used it. I did it. Let's play more.
Troisième point. Je promets
Third point,
de tenir
I
compte du
promise.
pourcentage de français dans mon discours pour faire
I will
gagner
have
du
16% of
temps à
French in
Radio
my
France.
speech.
It's important.
It's important. Yeah, sure. Learn better
Final
French
point.
first.
There will be no final point. There will be several. Look, tonight is a night to look back together. It's a chance to look inside ourselves with Rosie.
So he said to Rosie one time, she was
I like
asking
what I
him
see.
in his policies, she was asking,
Why
what did
a
you do this?
decade this year
And he
has
was
been.
like, look into yourself, Rosemary.
Two
And
prime ministers,
that's so
3
condescending.
new cabinets. Where's that for? 1 election. Yeah, see, you guys are quick. 1 election.
That's just a recap
another
of
one on
this
the
year,
way.
basically.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Sheer, Reid, you can come in now. Yes, sometimes it felt like I spent more time at Rideau Hall than in question period.
And that's actually true. And the biggest guess and what's floating around, he doesn't like to be criticized. And the entire question period is the opposition criticizing the government. So he doesn't like it. And he fled almost every day he tried to come this week, which is hilarious. I like it. You have a weak leader. You called someone to be a leader while he is just packing up his things because he doesn't want to be criticized. And again, he doesn't like scrutiny. He shouldn't be in parliament. He shouldn't be a prime minister if he doesn't like the heat that comes with it. Because there's heat. We are in a democracy. People should criticize the government if they don't
Democracy or
agree.
a republic? Because largely, right? Like I saw something. I was listening further to a little bit of stuff where they're talking about it's representative for the area. Now, arguably, you have what is more along the line of a coalition-style government with multiple parties. Think it's like the Germans. The Germans are an interesting case in modern. They have the AFD, I'm sure I'll butcher it. That's not what they're called sometimes. They have various factions similar to you guys, even though you're closer to it. But there's also radical factions in there too. But they do come together more often than not and vote with consensus on a prime minister. Now, you clearly... So, Carney's trying to do his best. Now, I will say he's a decent statesman. Now, the problem is the status quo isn't working. He's trying to actually... It would be better, hypothetically, if the Liberals took the L and then went back to an underdog party, then let conservatives rule.
Yeah.
Because Trudeau did a lot of damage to the party.
Not only the party, the country, man. Our GDP.
Oh yeah, no, it was bad. The latter half of the...
We are no longer in the top 7 economy in the world.
Well,
we've been eclipsed.
The G7 is going to go down to the G6 eventually, okay? It started off with the G8, and Russia's economy was built on paper.
Yeah. So anyway, let's play more.
And every so often, went abroad. We've signed new deals with the EU, with Germany, Indonesia, launched trade negotiations with India, ASEAN, Thailand, and the
It's
Philippines.
just praising himself.
Last week I was in the
because
UAE.
the
Canada
narcissist
received the
likes
largest
it.
single foreign investment commitment in our history. $70 billion. There are some who might call that generational.
Because he keeps saying generational, big, da.
I call it the McDavid Emergency Fund. All of this built on a fast start. unlike the Oilers. Look, Canada's
It's
newest
not fast at
government.
all. It's so slow. But
welcomed
hey,
the King
keep saying
himself to open Parliament in record time.
speeds
We acted
not
fast
imagined
to
before.
cut taxes for the middle class, all 22 million of them. We cut the consumer
$40
carbon tax because it had become divisive for many.
Because
and
it was a
excessive
losing
for
case
one.
where the opposition won on that one.
It's still going on. I see it every day. Nous avons coupé la TPS pour les acheteurs de première maison pour que Tatiana Auguste puisse s'acheter un appartement.
He wants one of his MPs that's 24 years old to buy an house, so they cut the tax.
That's clever.
That's basically what he
I
said.
wrote that myself. Do you not? You guys not? You're not with me on that? Okay. Every point counts. See, like point off GST, and she won by a
He's
vote.
trying to land jokes, but it doesn't. It's trying
Is it
to
not funny
land
if you explain it,
cues,
or
but
even
it's
if it's
not
not funny?
working.
Even the one in French, look, the one in French is okay.
Final point.
See, at least our White House correspondent dinners are
We
actually entertaining.
welcome the world to Kananaskis.
But I'd say
for
that's the
G7
worst.
just
That's
6
why I
weeks
wanted to
after the
start with that
election.
one, and I will also
And I
say
gotta tell you,
that
the second
it
day
was
was
also in the right
amazing.
chronology because the other two are later.
Final point, if I may. Whether at NATO, the G7, G20, APEC, UNGA, ASEAN, FIFA, the YMCA, we demonstrated that
There's a reason I
Canada's
hate this
leadership will be
particular topic.
defined not only by the strength of our values, but also by the value of our strength.
It's book values.
We use that strength to face
Marxist
down an economic trade war
propaganda.
and threats to our sovereignty. Because,
His campaign was
and I
about
may not
sovereignty,
have
folks.
mentioned this before, we
It's
are
just
in
a
crisis.
praise of what he did this year.
Make no mistake,
He's so proud.
Canada's brand newest government is acting
It's
decisively
not.
to
Stop
protect our
gaslighting.
country
But
and our identity.
I think at that point he believes
and
in
it's
his own
working.
lies.
It is working,
No, it's
for me at
not.
least. Okay. I got promoted from governor to president. I did.
See, hold on a second, pause it. So, if I ever showed you anything from the White, I finally remember. I had to look it up. It's called the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Basically, it culminates with the president or leading officials coming up and satiring themselves, so that it shows both your strengths and your weaknesses. Where some of these jokes, the reason why I'm not thrown off by them, some are partly written, but he's also reading it and he has to execute it, speaking it.
I
So-
also feel like some of the satire is not really satire in his mind because I think he truly believes he's doing something good for Canada.
You have to have. If I told you common sense is not so common, and having humility and being able to humble yourself is a thing, you might not
He
get
just
it.
doesn't know how to do it.
You have to humble yourself because part of a good leader, strangely enough, is the ability to humble yourself. It sounds weird. This is an actual concept of you, like with me. I know when I can push forward and when I can't. Like with you, Multi, I would hope you know. Humility is something. If you're always in a room and you think you're the most correct and everyone is really stupid, they're bound to hate you. Because even if you make mistakes, let's assume he cannot take criticism publicly.
He cannot stand it.
Let's
He
assume he
proved it
can't
so
even
many times.
privately.
The disdain he has when a journalist asks him an uncontrolled question.
Yes, and you see his stuff
Cannot stand it.
when he does, because you also, part of having humility
He doesn't
is
have
also having self-reflection.
He has none. It doesn't
You know what
exist in his mind.
what self-reflection is?
Yeah, it's when you know your weakness, when you're able to reflect and say, you know what, I did this wrong. He just doesn't know how to do it.
You don't. And this is probably one of his keys. That's why I said that's why what I said during your election. He's a status quo. He is not different. He is
It's actually worse.
He's actually trying to still carry over the Trudeau cabinet. And it's the idea, the same liberal people, let's assume, liberals fracture.
There's nobody else to take over.
Go back to NDP. They'll go back to NDP, probably. Because that's where they're going to go. But those people, your NDP, what's left of them, sounds like our liberal Congress people and House people here in the United States. They give me the same sliminess. The problem is every one of their leaders either has a charisma problem, and if they don't have this where they can't self-reflect, they just look like they carry around guilt and project weakness. So it's kind of like, if this is a social setting, you got to bear in mind, see, Multi, I explained this to you. Like, he's trying to satire himself, but he needs to have the reflection. You need to have it sound genuine. You know.
It's not. But I get what you're saying. I agree with that.
And we are all moving forward. We are all moving forward with Budget's 2025's catalytic generational investments in the Eurovision
Keep saying
Song
catalyst,
Contest.
That doesn't work.
catalyzing.
The problem is the record is catching
And
up to
I'm
him.
pleased to announce this evening that Canada's first contestant will be none other than Down with Webster. Because Canada, it's time to win. Okay. That's one for the Ute.
We will win once Carney is out of office.
Final-ish point. There have been a few surprises during my first months as Prime Minister. For example, I hadn't expected to spend so much time dealing with wildlife. Belugas, ostriches.
So we had a drama with ostrich farm that
present company
ended
accepted,
ostriches' lives because
Actually,
they
there is no
potentially had
need
virus.
for a mass cull because the premiers and I are uniting around projects that will diversify our trade, unlock billions in new investment, create hundreds of thousands of high
Is
paid
election
careers.
platform.
Or as the National Post headline put it, Mark Carney fast-tracks the road to serfdom. I mean, you can't buy that kind of support.
Yes, you
Even if
send
you do
so much
fund it.
damn money to the media here in Canada.
It's true,
Free
Conrad.
press is dead.
It's true. It's true. Just the facts. Helen's here. It's got to be right. I've got to. Yeah. Now, speaking of taxpayer-funded purveyors of post-apocalyptic dystopia, Yves-François Blanchet and the Bloc are in the house tonight. Non, honnêtement, c'est toujours
To be honest,
rassurant
it's always-
de savoir qu'Yves-François n'est pas loin.
Good to know
Vous savez,
François is
ce que
around.
l'on vit en ce moment, ce n'est pas une séparation.
We live
c'est
right
une
now.
rupture.
There's no separation coming.
Oui, nous vivons dans un monde volatile.
We live in
Malgré
a
tout,
volatile world.
Une chose reste certaine,
One
le Bloc
sure thing,
va voter
the
contre.
Bloc will vote against.
Merci, oui. C'est une... OK.
I will be honest. I don't always agree with the Bloc, but sometimes I agree with them.
Look, it's important. You got to count on a few things. C'est un vrai pilier de stabilité
It's a pillar of stability
qui nous bouleverse.
that shock us.
It's a full house tonight. Just enough room for Dawn and the New Democrats. Dawn, good to see you here.
So it's a shot at all the NDP has fallen. They have now 7 seats. So now they're like, oh yeah, there's enough space for you guys because you guys are so diminished and small now. It's so tragic. It's funny, but I will admit this is probably my favorite joke he did because that one actually landed far better than the others, and that got overplayed over the night. But hey, I will admit.
I mean,
that one was-
onion humor. Basically, the thing is, Carney would do a lot better if he knew how to humble himself physically. But God forbid, it's like Trump. Like, okay, so one thing I heard this not today, but I've been catching up on things. Trump has actually taken. So the White House is redesigned every administration. And a little interesting fact about that is so whatever has been in the White House for years sometimes just gets moved around. Like the Obamas redesigned to be Michelle Obama wanted hers. See, Laura Bush brought back antiques, wanted it to look antique-y. Michelle Obama wanted her room to look contemporary. Now, Trump's White House, and this is where you'll hear a lot of criticism of Trump. Trump's White House, he's redesigned it. He's pulled out the classic furniture so it looks like a grand, lavish palace. So it projects power, but it also projects elegance in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it looks kind of like a very lavish, expensive place. And the old portraits, like he found a portrait which was in the basement that hadn't been seen in like 50 years or 60 years. Like, the thing is, it does come off. Trump will come off haughty and arrogant. And yeah, publicly that rubs people the wrong way. But Trump is a master of projection. But you will see errors in any kind of leadership.
And I will be honest, there's a speech from Trump that I quite enjoyed. Eventually was asked about Evan, and I can't remember the exact context, but he said, I don't think I will be going in Evan, but I want to do a change or a difference. I want to leave something good behind because I don't think I will go to Evan. And I think it was genuinely honest.
Yeah.
And I like that moment. I just don't see that kind of honesty through Carney because he cannot reflect, as you said.
And Carney's big deal is the core crux of it is actually half his major problem is literally if their entire platform is built on rhetoric, look, they'll say we'll cover this later, like with the housing, and they'll say, "Oh, we're building houses." No, you're fucking not. Give me a break.
And it's hilarious because he promised like 500,000, but we will end up having 5,000. It's like,
It's
bruh.
like, and then the whole thing of that these are the same people during when they have to put on a show go, oh, the people on the other side of the road look like it. And the thing about this is he has to, I'm not saying humble yourself, but my
You need
God.
to. I'm sorry, but when you're under public scrutiny and you mess up, you need to be able to see it. And he just doesn't.
None of them do it. The problem is basically and Carney's issue himself is that face that it's paused at. It's an uncertainty, like it lands. Like he may not be a big crowd person. Like, I don't know about me. Like me, I'm more comfortable in a small group. I'm not comfortable in a large setting. Like if I have to be. Like, I've had people wanted me to do other YouTube stuff, like going 10 people. No, I'll feel squished. And
well, actually, Carney likes the spotlight, so that's exactly what
you would hope, but
it's
that
not
book,
he go always first class, and not only that, like when there's a show, he makes sure he is on the front line.
well, okay, he has
It's cheap,
to.
Don. It's not. I know you've been asking. I'm only going to say this once. Political parties are not eligible for the major projects list.
That's one of his deal.
Just saying. Elizabeth May is here too. Elizabeth, thank you for standing up. Thank you for standing up and voting yes on the budget.
She was the only in the opposition that voted yes, and it's kind of funny because this week she kind of regrets it based on what she said.
I mean,
It
Elizabeth
was
May's
incredibly
opposition.
generous of
Yeah,
you.
she's the Greens.
Oh,
Greens?
Yeah, she was the Green Party.
Mathieu Généreux.
I've heard she sides with
Mathieu
liberals.
Généreux, voyons donc.
No,
Mathieu
Elizabeth May
Généreux,
is
ça
Green
compte deux
Party.
mots de plus en français.
She's-
And I join
Two
others
extra word
in
in
not being
French.
able to see Pierre Poilievre anywhere here this evening. And don't you find it odd that no one else is willing to give up their seat?
Because
Listen,
Pierre Poilievre
some
lost the
change.
seat, but it's kind of really hypocrite because Carney wasn't in parliament before becoming leader. So what happened when he became leader? They did some sketchy thing behind the scene, and they kind of kicked out of the party someone so he could run for that person's seat, and that was a safe seat for the Liberals. So he criticized Pierre Poilievre for doing the same. It's kind of hypocrite. I when I heard that, I was like, he's not even joking. He truly believes it, and he doesn't realize all of an hypocrite he is.
See, the funny part of here, one of our elections, like when Harry Reid was like one of the major liberal leaders, he nearly lost his seat, despite liberals being on top. Now, here in the U.S., that means another person in the chain of command has to step up, right? That's not like we can't just replace them, you know. If your majority leader gets replaced, yeah, you got to find another person who's been there for whatever.
And I will also say this. I will add this. We had two very different cases because they forced out the liberal that Carney replaced in parliament. That's one thing. The second thing, once Pierre Poilievre lost his seat, Damien Carrick, someone in a very safe seat for the Conservative, actually talked to his constituent and his wife, and he was like, you know what, I believe in Pierre Poilievre. I want him to be leader. I will give away my seat. So they didn't force out the MP that was in Pierre's, that was basically using Pierre's future seat. And I will also add this. When Pierre was campaigning for that by-election we got because Carrick gave away his seat, Carrick went doing door knocking with Pierre, and based on what I heard on it, he could not keep up with Pierre Poilievre, and it's very interesting.
So a lot of this is, yes. So basically you have a system in which you want to keep a person particular where they look here. It's hard for people to switch districts. The reason why here, like Hillary Clinton became like the senator of New York or whatever because she had to go live in New York. We have residency requirements for good reason.
I like it. We should
residency requirements also, like, I mean, goes down to electoral colleges. Like, there's the argument here that basically says without an electoral college, California and New York or major cities would actually decide all our elections, which is so to be here, like, you have to be the representative of New York.
You need
to be living there.
I like it. We need that in Canada.
And
Look,
you might
the
lose
budget
leadership.
has shown us one thing. It's that every
seat
counts.
Targeted districts.
And speaking of counting, let me be clear. I can count. Actually,
Okay.
I can also subtract, and I can multiply.
All right.
Pierre, he just divides.
But again, that's coming from
Pierre,
from
I
Carney.
didn't write that. I didn't
Let's see
write
where
that.
it
My,
goes.
okay.
Let's see where he goes.
Et soyons clairs. Et soyons clairs. Je sais
Let's
compter.
be
Je
clear.
sais compter.
I know how to
Même
count,
je sais
but
calculer.
Pierre only know
C'est
how to
pourquoi
divide.
Je sais que j'ai maintenant 16% de français dans mon discours de ce soir.
I know how to count, so I know I have
Et je suis sûr
60% of French
que
in
la
my
table
speech.
de Radio Cannes compte aussi. Laurence, Ça suffit?
Is it enough,
Mon accord,
Lawrence?
c'est pas encore suffisant. Fait que, excusez-moi, ça fait que nous allons devoir faire plus de français. Ah oui, les boys.
I will need to
Ne
push
vous
more
inquiétez
French.
pas. Je peux encore ajouter d'autres sections,
Don't worry,
Sure,
I
yeah.
can add more section in French,
même si le bloc va voter contre cette idée-là.
even if the bloc will
Y
vote
a-t-il une
against.
autre langue officielle?
Is there another official
Comment faire,
language?
les filles? Speaking of keeping track, when did I last speak to President Trump?
Okay, hold up before he gets into this. The funny thing is, now I get it where he says Poilievre only knows how to subtract and divide. Like that type of thing, that's a joke for his side and people who do it because they want to project that conservatives. See, this is the funny thing in the question periods I pick up. The line of attack from them is the conservatives will not vote. You see, conservatives voted for a bill that's going to starve a child. And then the conservative person goes, no, I voted it because you loaded the bill with bullshit. Now, the problem here is, but the grand narrative he has to spin, and it's kind of a joke, but it's also a shot at Poilievre, is him and conservatives only know how to divide versus solve. Now, to be a problem solver yourself, you have to be able to problem solve. He just works with what's left. That's why it's a weird joke. I get it, but that line.
And at that point, Pierre Poilievre is not even in the room.
Like, it would be more poignant if he was there to see what Poilievre's response would be.
Yeah.
But that's just
to say,
cutting
oh,
you.
He's not there.
That's just cutting. Like, even you, because you can see with the way I'm explaining it, that is a key joke for Carney's base.
Yeah.
That is a key thing.
And when was the last time I talked to Trump and I texted Trump? The big joke behind that was the journalist asking him that question, and it's also him bringing back Trump and everything because that was his platform as well. And I will admit it kind of landed okay. His delivery could have been better.
No, we're not to that. I want to see how he explains, because I want to see how he does the subtract and divide. Because in the French part, he goes, oh, I know how to speak French. Just because you know how to speak French doesn't mean it's going to work. Because you got to bear in mind, every politician in the U.S. that like goes south, basically, they'll adopt this southern draw.
Yeah.
It'd be like a hillbilly accent, and you're like, oh, God. And you're like, but you're not representative for us. You're just, it's kind of like you're the New Yorker going down to South Carolina or Mississippi, throwing on an accent, and we're supposed to go, huh.
So let's play more.
I mean,
Yeah.
Did we text? Like recently?
See.
Any emojis? Did he like my Insta with Macron? These are all great questions.
And you want to be
They are
asked
worth
that
flying halfway around the world to ask.
to say that, who cares?
One question, one follow-up. Did you text Trump? Emojis? They're great questions, and I should answer them because sharing is caring. I do care.
He doesn't care.
Okay, he's trying.
But I do. Scott.
He's
I do.
trying.
The other Scott Reed. He's here. He's here all night.
The thing is, he's trying to
You'll be at
read
the
the
after
room.
party. You'll be at the after party. But look, I'm going to share another time because, look, I've been busy. I'm standing on business.
And he played
Booked
again
and
the
busy.
buzzy joke that didn't
this how it's
quite
done?
work the first time.
Am I looking into the right camera? Will this do numbers on X? Should I turn up the rage bait? Fuck.
Okay.
Oh, he
That's
said
I
a
think
big
I'll-
bad
okay,
word.
that's good. Okay,
think
that's
I'll-
good.
I admit the
TikTok
F-bomb is actually
Clip
good.
farming in the
The
House
making fun of rage clicks is funny, but he is like a boomer
It
trying
won't
to
happen
explain
again, Mr. Speaker. It won't happen again. From now on, Canada's brand spanking new government will be locked in. What's that, Mr. Speaker? My 35 seconds are up already?
So in question
Okay.
period, you have 35
Final
seconds to, I
if I
believe,
may.
a minute to speak out.
Mario Cuomo famously said that politicians campaign in poetry and govern in prose. I campaigned in haiku. We're governing in econometrics. Can't even say it. Yep, I'm not a politician, and I'm obviously not a
Yeah.
comedian. I am a pragmatist.
The pragmatist, I
So
don't
to
like
get out of
it.
here alive from now
It's
on.
alive,
Let's
but
see how he lets this
that I'm
land.
not a comedian. I get that. It's
Nearly
it's
2 centuries
a fun
ago,
one. I like it.
Nova Scotia's Joseph Howe stressed that an open and unshackled press is one of the strongest legacies that we can leave for future generations.
What pisses me off right now is he actually believes that lie. He actually thinks there's a free press in Canada, but there's none.
There's so
Pisses me
much.
off.
There's so much to unpack right there, because he actually, the thing is, he calls himself a pragmatist when he's just carrying over one policy that's worked from one nation to another or semi-worked from it.
And
And-
even look at his face when he says free press. Yes, disdain for the idea of having free press. But
There's the idea because, okay, so body language is key. Now, like his, it's kind of like, if you have a reluctancy, like he'll say something and he's tried to read the room. Like you can clearly tell some people in some jokes land. Some will laugh more than others. Think of it like a roast. Some people will. You can clearly tell there's a divide in some stuff. Like the liberals will go, oh, we're going to be all together. Then the next part, he'll bring up one position, and maybe a fourth of the room laughs. And this is supposed to be a relaxed setting.
yeah,
And the thing is, he's being serious about half of what he's saying. It's not like, oh, I just can't turn off the spin. Now, I will say this on his meeting with Trump. Now, what's funny about the thing on X, there are people who put up clips that get clipped. So he puts those out there. Now, in reality, but it's like a boomer joking about Twitter. Because Twitter, when you realize it's about...
because he's a boomer.
The thing is, even they don't
Around
get...
the world, that legacy
No, I was going to say that even they don't get it.
Yeah.
I am proud that Canada continues to support and celebrate a free press, and I will defend it to my last day.
By not answering journalists you don't like.
Is political bias part of journalism?
And that was the end. There's another 5 minutes speaks in French. That's why I didn't clip it. I didn't want to translate the horrendous French. But now, the introduction to the rest of the press gallery. So after Carney, we had other people talking and talking and talking. And at some point, we got an impersonator that was doing a Pierre Poilievre parody because they didn't expect to see Pierre Poilievre. So let's get into it.
This weekend in Ottawa, politicians came together to mix and mingle with the media at the social event of the year, the Press Gallery Dinner. It's like a do-over prom for high school virgins. The night included speeches from the Prime Minister and party leaders. A surprising standout was interim NDP leader Don Davies.
My name is Don Davies, and my pronouns are broke and irrelevant.
He would have gotten a bigger laugh if the other NDP members weren't busy catering.
Okay, Abba, you are leaving out the highlight. There was one other really funny guy there.
Good evening, gentlemen and biological clocks. I am conservative leader and star of This Hour Has 22 Minutes, Pierre Poilievre.
The Conservative Party invited me to soften their image, and I said 3 things. Absolutely not. Open bar, I'll be there.
I'm late. I don't know. Is Mark Carney here? Oh. Who cares? He's doing my ideas as well. Pipelines and firing everybody is what I would do. Yeah, this proves it wasn't my policies you didn't like. It really was me. Yeah. It really was.
And he likes it. You see, Cardi is laughing. He likes it.
I did so well. I felt bad for the guy who had to follow me.
Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC, everybody.
So I need to explain that one. So long live the CBC. Parts of Pierre Poilievre platform was to defund them. And that's why it's long live
funny,
CBC.
this is like an SNL dude trying to like. So Saturday Night Live was was a fixture for a while. Like the reason why you ever see movies of Will Ferrell and people, they came from SNL, which was skits. Now, arguably, the biggest problem I find is that's like a dry humor. And I'm assuming if the bit was to have Poilievre come up and do like SNL would and go, oh, I'm the real Poilievre. Like they had like SNL at one point had like they were making fun of like Janet Reno or Hillary Clinton and then have Hillary Clinton come on stage. Like and actually stand behind the next. Because
watch that. It's coming. It's very funny, and there's something coming up. I won't spoil it, but once it's happened, I will explain the full
funny,
context.
Though. It's already.
Long live the CBC.
So the first time Pierre Poilievre went viral at some point was a journalist asking him a question, and he took an apple and was eating it instead of replying, and it was really like arrogant, and that was kind of funny. And then after that, he replied once he's done with the apple, but still, that was the apple moment they want to reproduce right now, and I like it.
Okay.
Now, if anyone out there is worried that I helped Pierre be more likable, don't worry, Pierre made sure that didn't happen.
Well, before I take my seat and grimace my way through the rest of the evening...
He is known as the Grinch, so that's kind of funny. And do we see Carney? Do we see Carney on that picture? I don't see Carney.
The thing is... Okay.
I see a liberal girl I ate.
Look, there's enough of them laughing. Even some of the liberal people would be laughing. The problem is, so these are the moments that you need to have on X that softens your image. Now, the question of do they get out? Conservatives always have an issue with some form of representation.
Yeah.
Where, by representation, I mean, when you think conservatives, you think like your grandparents sticks up their ass. I'm going to, your football coach, whatever else. Poilievre can be charismatic. He can just be less rigid. But the problem himself is he's very easy to paint as a lunatic by everybody. Now, that's an issue he has to overcome. Like the satire moments, like those are the moments on social media that people see before they dive in. Because usually humans are divided by first impressions. So if you see someone saying something stupid, you're going to think they are stupid. Poilievre can do a good presentation.
Yeah, but wait, it's not over. But again, one last thing. Adju, I see her. She's a Liberal MP. She is. She doesn't look so happy to see Poilievre. I like it.
But
More
the
of that.
Liberal people are laughing, though.
Let me say I can't wait to be Prime Minister so that I never have to come back to this godforsaken event.
I like that one. That was nice. So let's really get into its speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the only person who misses Justin Trudeau more than Susan Delacourt.
It says that because it's known that Pierre Poilievre hated Trudeau a lot.
The Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre.
Hello, everyone. Yes. Yes, hello. Hello. Yes, hello, everybody. Yes. Excellent. Excellent. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, yes. Very nice, very nice. Good evening, gentlemen and biological clocks. I am Conservative leader and star of This Hour Has 22 Minutes, Pierre Poilievre. I'm sorry I'm late. I just came in from my riding in Bubble River. Sorry, I wrote that down weird. Baby butter crop top. It doesn't matter. I know it. I know it. I know it. Okay? I'm not really sure where I will be sitting yet. It doesn't matter. I'll just take that guy's chair. It'll be fine. I'll just take a chair. Okay, so I've written down a few things that I would like to say. Oops, sorry. That's the ballot from my last election. Yeah. I'm on here somewhere. I don't know. This makes it really hard to vote. Wow. Well, I gotta say, yes. So, you guys remember when I lost for a minute and didn't have a job in politics? I felt like I was 15 again. Yeah, I didn't know what to do as a regular man, right? I didn't know I was allowed to date an astronaut. My new campaign manager, Steve Outhouse, don't laugh, it's a regular name, everybody has it, it's very common. It's very, very common. He says that I have to be more likable. So he sent me out here, he said, can you convince everybody that you're likable in 90 seconds? And I said to him, I can say all the likable things about me in way less than 90 seconds. Right. And if not, we'll just hire an actor to be likable for me. Yeah. We found me on the CBC. That's right. I know, right? CBC. I don't know who the cuckold is here more, me or me. I love the CBC, by the way. I think it should be funded more, to be quite honest. You can quote me on that. Write that down. Guys, write that down. I'm going to fund the CBC even more. Quote that. All right. Sorry, reporters. I know that I haven't been the nicest to you. I'm very sorry. I love reporters. Just, don't talk to me before I've had my morning coffee. I like tea, by the way.
I admit that one is funny, and I will also tell this. The media in general hate Pierre Poilievre because he's a conservative and because this is Canada where free press is dying.
I mean, he can
Any
laugh.
NDP?
By the way, this does, I'm assuming they brought this guy here. And it's his delivery, okay, if you're trying to get somebody, and SNL always does this, if you have to get somebody to parody, at least maybe the parody is similar. I think it's Larry David, who's not actually Who Lion anyways, but Rest Development, something good name of the series. He does a good Bernie Sanders or does a good Biden. This guy's trying to do poilievre and some of the stuff lands, but this is like, even I have dark humor. It's don't work.
Here, any NDP? Oh yeah, whose +1 were you? Boom, roasted. Don't worry, I will be roasting all relevant parties. The Green Party. Moving on.
Because they only have Elizabeth
You know,
May.
I'd make fun of the Bloc, but honestly, I never know what they're even saying. It's crazy. Yeah. I'm late. I don't know. Is Mark Carney here? Oh. Who cares? Yeah. You know, it must have been annoying eating dinner next to the elbows up guy, right? Just up like that. I'm gonna put him down. It's rude, okay?
By the
He's
way,
doing-
the late thing is because we had Poilievre out of parliament for 3 months because of the by-election, so that's the joke. I think it worked kind of well. I liked it.
My ideas as well. Pipelines and firing everybody is what I would do. Yeah, this proves it wasn't my policies you didn't like. It really was me. Yeah. Really was. So this is the new me. Okay, take me in. I'm likable now. Yeah. Does anyone want to yell, "Lead us, Big Daddy"? Anyone want to yell it out, please? Please yell it out. All right. Well, before I leave, in honor of me and the Conservatives, I will reveal our new slogan. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC. That's right. Long live the CBC. Long live the CBC, everybody. Long live the CBC.
People laugh, but the problem is the leading up to it is rather cringe.
But I will also add this. So I thought that was only Pierre Poilievre's speech that I had seen. I didn't expect to see the entire clip because I had seen Pierre Poilievre's speech prior, but I didn't see that specific video. I had seen it on Facebook, the speech. So I didn't expect to see the full clip of the guy like impersonating Poilievre, but I will be honest, I like it. That's my kind of humor, so it works for me.
Une grande tournée d'applaudissements pour la version Timou de moi. Big round.
A big. Oh, I think he will translate it himself, actually.
Round of applause for the Timou version of me, everybody. As you know, Chris Stars on This Hour has 22 minutes, which is the second funniest satire on CBC after Power in Politics. You know,
So Power in Politics is the big show they all take seriously that's supposed to be nuanced when it's not, because usually they have like 4 liberal voices and sometime when we are lucky 1 conservative voice. And even when they pick a conservative, usually they pick like the most liberal conservatives they can find. So that's why it's kind of hilarious because it makes sense. It's actually freaking true, and I like that roast. That roast is like, wow, I like it. That really speaks up to the conservative base right now. And because I hear a lot of people laughing about it, it tells me even the people on the left, some of them for sure, realize he's kind of right. So let's hear more about Pierre Poilievre's speech.
Chris is actually the most expensive comedian at the CBC, and in fact the most expensive in the entire world if you measure on a cost per laugh basis. Now, just to be clear, to all the CBC staff who are gathered here today, don't believe what you hear. And by the way, when I speak of CBC staff, I'm not just talking about the PMO comm shop, I'm talking about all of you. I never said I was going to shut down the CBC. I said I was going to defund it, which means that we can find some creative funding methods to keep it going. Like maybe they could move their head office to a Caribbean tax haven so that Brookfield could pay for it.
He is laughing because right now Brookfield, Carney, former company where Carney has so many shares, is actually in a tax haven. So he takes a shot at Brookfield and the CBC. Maybe they should make some money by being in tax haven. I like it.
The company might have some spare office space above that bicycle shop in Bermuda. Or another revenue source would be for David Cochrane to start charging for the water he carries for the Liberal Party.
So David Cochrane is one of the most disgusting journalists. I don't consider him like that, but he bills himself as such. And every shot he has, every time he can, he defends to the teeth the Liberals. So I really like that joke because it's accurate to David. That you should be ashamed. I really hope that wounded his ego right now if he heard it, because that's very accurate to David Cochrane. That's probably one of my favorite roasts right now.
The third way is for me to donate royalties. And I'm announcing that I will do that today. Royalties for all those who copy me, imitate me, or steal my ideas. I think Mark Carney is here today. He wanted to have an impersonator of his own, but then he discovered that Mr. Burns is a cartoon. But who's ready to tax the tax? Build the homes. Oh, wait a sec here. They gave me my speech for the January Conservative Convention. Geez, there's got to be some content in here I can use. Down with the out-of-touch elites. Wrong crowd.
Because they're all out-of-touch elites.
Well, the thing is, he can resonate. Now, honestly, this is what I said. He's going to be good. The problem is he's going to have to learn can he govern? See, the problem is he can do this, and he can make himself more presentable even to people who don't like him. So
I tell you, everyone in that room hates him.
They hate him, but they're laughing.
Yeah, that's the uniting moment I like. And we didn't get that with Carney because people were on Carney's side. And even there, sometimes people didn't laugh on Carney.
I know. No more greasy lobbyists. Oh, that's not going to work either. Fire the overpaid consultants. Oh, I see Regan Watts is here tonight, so that's not going to work. All right. I guess we're going to have to settle for some more boring three-word verb-to-noun slogans like eat the food, drink the booze, fake the laughs. But it wasn't just the slogans that people criticized about my last campaign. Look, and fair enough, we made some great gains. We added 25 seats, 2.5 million votes, but we need to get over the top, and that means making some adjustments, some changes, and that means I have to look inward into what changes I have to make. And I've been told since the election that I need to gain those extra few percentage points by being more lovable and human. So naturally, I've commissioned a poll on how to do that. And the preliminary results are in. Option A, I can get a dog. Or option B, and I'm quoting the pollster here, I can find more meaningful ways to connect with people on a personal level and make emotional connections with Canadians. So I immediately called the pollster and said, what kind of dog?
Okay, this is an American thing. He is actually pulling off the American, like, so Trump, you'll see this amongst him and people who are able to pull it off. Like half of Trump's, when he lands some satire, like Poilievre is trying to master the ability to be this way, but it comes off more genuine. Even the liberals are laughing. Now, they may hate his guts, but they'll still find him funny. But like the finding a job and other things, and it does work. The reason I say this, it does. He needs to be able to create the moments that paint his party in a better light.
Yeah.
Where you just don't. Maybe it's a top-down platform. Yeah, he's going to have to crack open some eggs to make an omelet, but the thing is, too, as well, he's trying to fight liberal people. Now, the big thing that helps him, which is people were too afraid, because I'll be very honest. If you tell a liberal person, like you're liberal progressive people, we're like, oh, Trump's going to annex Canada. God damn it. I'm like, did you not realize that's just Trump being hyperbolic? Seriously? Well, he's really going to happen.
But there are Canadians that are that stupid.
They are.
Now, clearly, we conservatives do need to be a lot more pleasant. And I hear these reports about people kicking in doors, calling each other snakes, yelling, and I thought, who leaked this morning's staff meeting? But come on, none of you really believed Chris d'Entremont's story about being threatened and intimidated by my whip and my House Leader. Have any of you actually seen my whip and my House Leader? Andrew Scheer has not intimidated anyone in the history of man. And Chris Workington, well, he is so skinny, he's like the poster child for long-term Ozempic abuse. But the whole thing has us all thinking about caucus management. I think that Stephen Guilbeault would actually agree that this is very important. I hear that the NDP...
Okay, hold on. See, that kind of delivery with long-term Ozempic... See, it does mean maybe the person who wrote the speech, that little... God, see, okay. This is why I actually like this man more than I like... Now, governing-wise... He could laugh at himself. And the thing is about the whip, like, you can tell the room is laughing. You can literally tell. And it's even liberals can kind of laugh at themselves. Now, they're not going to agree with his policies, okay? Very clearly. Because his policies would go against his stances a lot. But the problem is, if you do, let's just say conservatives are 30, let's say they're 45% for you guys right now.
No, right now, what's going on? In the last election, we had 44% liberal.
But what's modern polls looking like for you guys?
As of right now, it's a neck to neck. It's 40.
That means some people will likely break. But
right now it's 42 liberal and 41 conservative.
So the thing is, Poilievre can put on it, but there's also the convincing people, because he's good at combating narratives, but he's getting better at combating narratives. So these are the moments he needs to show that. But he does. You remember I was saying conservatives sound like old white men, basically?
Yeah.
Out of touch. The thing is, granted, it doesn't work here. Like, our politicians are all 50 plus. So it's like it's basically a convalescence or a elderly home. Up there, I mean, you got a mixture of people, but it's like it's still controlled by similar elements. But see, like him, if he wanted to become like prime minister, he might actually be good. But the thing is, you need the ability to pass stuff. Because this is like what's here. Like we're going to be so in 26 we got midterms. So everything is positioning in the United States. So we're going to start seeing massive things to go to midterms. All the politician ads pull out, et cetera, et cetera. And then, it's coming down to governance. That is either going to make or break if Trump is actually good. Or, I mean, if you count even by a CNN poll, Trump is 43%. That's a good sign. Poilievre can be, but Poilievre is good at humanizing himself. Trump can attempt to humanize himself when he wants to, but he's going to come off as an obliviating jackass.
Yeah.
So.
Actually rejected having Guilbeault join their caucus. What an ego blow. Come on, Don. Is Don Davies here tonight? Don, come on, man. Beggars can't be choosers. And surely Stephen Guilbeault's brand of crazy would fit in right between the delegation of furries and the Queers for Palestine. I see that Elizabeth... I see that Elizabeth May's here, and that's great, but I have to say I get a little nervous around Elizabeth because she's a hugger, and of course, I'm allergic to feelings. So we'll go back to the NDP. The NDP does have a table tonight. Not a full table. They don't have official table status. But we can't forget about the NDP the way Canadians did in the last election.
So basically, in the last election, NDP lost party status because they went from 24 seats to 7, and to be party status, you need 12. So that's why he's poking fun at the NDP. I like it. Do more of that, Pierre.
Isn't it great to have the Prime Minister here tonight? Right here in Canada, of all places.
He is joking because Carney is always on a jet somewhere else.
So he's been dodging me in question period, but Prime Minister, I don't take it personally, so let's put those differences aside and let's give him a big Grey Cup welcome tonight, everybody.
So during the Grey Cup, Carney was there because he likes to fly around, and he was booed. So I like that shot.
Well, that was a little bit more kind and gentle than in Winnipeg, where he got more booze than Elizabeth May's liquor cabinet.
So
an economist
May is known as the alcoholic that always drinks, so that's why he's making fun of it.
Mr. May is Mr. Carney, of course, is an economist, and economists deal with incentives. And I understand he promised that the media outlet that gave him the biggest applause would get the biggest bailout tonight. But he is right about one thing. Canada does face an existential crisis and threats against our sovereignty from a foreign leader. Let's take a look at what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with a very tough guy who's staring us down and facing us with a number of very big threats. So all of us have to come together and get on message. But the trouble, Prime Minister, is I'm having a difficulty finding out what the latest slogan is. And you know how much I love slogans. And we're all wondering how you went from elbows up to who cares? And we're told that the answer is that the big change happened when the president threatened you that if you didn't back down, then he would grab you by the pipeline. It certainly has been a busy time for the Prime Minister in international travel, checking on his investments, trade negotiations. If he's not been fighting for mom and pop shops.
So basically, Brookfield is invested everywhere, and there are rumors that he does many ethic violations. So that shot was like, I like it.
shops like Brookfield, trying to get into Gulf states. We haven't seen such an altruistic champion of Canada's economy abroad since the Chinese lent us Dominic Barton. But the Prime Minister can't do this work all on his own. Dominic LeBlanc can't do it all for him either. I think Dominic now has more portfolios than any minister in Canadian history. I think he's...
It's funny because he refers to a minister right now we got. It's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and it was minister in 4 other portfolio in the 4 last government. So that's why he's poking fun at it.
Just added heritage to it. Prime Minister, give Dominic a break. Please let him focus on the thing that is most passionate in his life, like giving contracts to his closest family members. Now, parlons maintenant de la nation québécoise. Et bon, je sais que les journalistes québécois sont encore fâchés parce que j'ai refusé de les embarquer dans mon avion de campagne. Mais la prochaine fois, les journalistes du Devoir vont inviter. Ça va m'aider à dormir dans l'avion de campagne. Oui, il y a une nouvelle étude, il y a le Devoir.
The delivery is on point. So he was mocking one of the press outlets, and that press outlet is Le Devoir, and that press outlet is very boring. And he's like, you know what? I didn't invite enough people fly with my jet to interview me and such. So if I need a nap, I will invite Le Devoir. I like that one so much. I hope he will translate some of it. I'm not quite sure because I spend the time flying right now, but we will see if it translates more of it.
Si, il y a une nouvelle étude de Harvard qui montre que le meilleur remède pour l'insomnie, c'est l'éditorial de Mme Marie Vassal de 3000 mots. Mais Rad Khan, est-ce qu'on va inviter Rad Khan sur l'avion aussi? J'espère qu'on va permettre Rad Khan. Est-ce que Rad Khan est ici? Rad Khan, je sais pas, je vais inviter Rad Khan d'aller sur l'avion. Christiane Noël va parler avec ses 2 sources conservatrices recyclées et anonymes à l'arrière de l'avion.
So right now he's poking fun at anonymous sources that speak about weak leadership on the Conservative caucus. So it's kind of funny because these sources are most likely made up and he's poking fun at them.
En même temps, mais si vous êtes là, mes amis de Radcan, peut-être vous allez voir que je suis capable de bouger, même plus rapidement qu'une députée libérale, dès qu'on lui parle de fling-flang. Mais blague à part, les choses vont mieux pour moi au Québec. Ben oui, même Pablo Rodriguez voudrait avoir ma popularité.
So right now he's mentioning Pablo Rodriguez. That's our provincial liberal leader, and he is in the decline because he bought votes to be the leader of the party, and now he's in the decline. He keeps firing everyone, and it just looks very bad. And now he's like, Pablo Rodriguez really wants my popularity, which is hilarious.
Mais je sais que vous autres l'aimez. C'est un gars qui est très sympathique. Il a une belle coupe de cheveux et il cuisine bien. En passant, on me dit qu'il cuisine des très bons brownies. Now, before I take my seat and grimace my way through the rest of the evening, let me say I can't wait to be Prime Minister so that I never have to come back to this godforsaken event. As you know, I've banned all of my MPs from coming to this event. So as soon as I find out that I was here, I will be kicking myself out of caucus. But in the meantime, on behalf of Doug Ford, let me propose a toast.
So Doug Ford was spilling alcohol, and he thought that was American alcohol, and he was like really vengeful toward the bad American, but it ended up being like really stupid because most of that product was Canada made, and only the sticker on it was American. But apparently he didn't know it because he thought he was getting a good swing at Trump. So that's why he's making a joke with the whiskey.
To the Parliamentary Press Gallery, Without you, anonymous sources would have to get a real job. So, everybody, please raise a glass to the Parliamentary Press Gallery.
I like it.
How's that for a change in tone? Thank you very much, everybody.
That was fire.
Don Davies.
So, before we really dive deep into that one, I must explain something. So, Don Davies is the interim leader of the NDP. It's interim because they lost their leader in the last election, so now they're doing a leadership race. So, I will explain a few things about the jokes. NDP lost party status, therefore, they have a small caucus and they are broke. Also, last Parliament, Jagmeet Singh was propping up the Liberals to make sure Conservative don't form government. Also, Elizabeth May is known to be an alcoholic that's always drinking. So I explained a few things because they will kind of come in a very funny way. Don Davies, I don't agree with this politics, but that speech there is fire. I actually laughed it more than Pierre. Oh, no. Again, I prefer Pierre's speech. I thought that was a deep speech with a lot of reflection. It was a very good speech, but I do think Don Davies also stole the show. It's leaps and jumps. It's far better than whatever Carney came up with.
Bounds.
Yeah.
Leaps and bounds.
Good evening, distinguished guests, colleagues, and members of the press gallery. My name is Don Davies, and my pronouns are broke and irrelevant.
This is a great joke because they are far left, and the far left is known to have pronouns.
We'll have to see how he lands this. Because that's a good opening.
I was originally given 3 minutes for my remarks, but I negotiated an extra minute in exchange for propping up the Liberals.
Propping up the Liberals like the way Jagmeet Singh did by supporting Liberals for years and basically destroying the NDP in the process, because the NDP was the opposition, yet they sided with the government a lot. So I like it because now he's like, instead of taking the time the Parliament is giving me, I will just help the Liberals to shine. And it's kind of what happened under Singh for 10 years. And that's why the NDP collapsed, because we got too many years with a really bad party.
And an extra 2 for keeping the Conservatives out of an election.
Hold on. My point, let me just point this out. To you say, which is funny, your NDP compliments your Liberals, because you are only about 3 steps away from a 2-party system.
Yeah.
Now, I say that because if you eliminate the other 2 to 3 flavors of Liberals, you have a full Liberal Party. NDP would be like the Progressive Action or neoliberals are to us. But they would still vote with the Liberals, but still have a objectivary budgets and whatever else. So the thing about this is the funny part about a lot of them, they actually do really well at complimenting or making fun of themselves. Now, the problem itself with neoliberalism is they don't always have that pure self-reflection, but him calling himself broke and then the other, that's what I said. See how he lands. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'll also add this. So Jamie had seen the reason why he was propping up so much the Liberals. It's because he didn't want the Conservatives to form government. And again, that goes back to what I said. If we had an election December 2024, the Liberals would have lost power and we would have gotten Conservative in charge and NDP as official opposition because they would have gotten more votes than the Liberals. But we had a really bad leader of the NDP. I don't think it's a leader by any means, but that's really all on him, the collapse of the NDP. That's really on him because he did really bad decision. Like when you are the official opposition, you are the government in the making. So if you're competent enough as the official opposition, you end up winning the election eventually. Or once people are kind of tired of the people in power, then that's the official opposition that will become the power. And this is what's going on right now, because if Carney doesn't get stuff done, the Conservative will be in power.
The only thing I hate about a system like yours, I've actually contemplated we need a parliamentary system in the United States, but can we get the parliamentary system literally without the bullshit attached to it? By that, I literally mean look, you have a bunch of parties that just play spoilers just to be assholes. So it might sound weird that in the US we just have DNRs, basically.
Yeah.
Which, in those parties you have factions or that represent areas.
Yeah.
So the thing is, when you honestly, as much as I respect you can dissolve your parliament and reform it, there's something to it of how do you best put it? It's bullshit because you guys create valor vacuums and look like you don't get crap done.
I will be honest with you. I think your system down south is far better than ours. And if I was in charge, I would change a lot of things. I think most of our system here is functional and it's good. But my biggest gripes is how they lay up the seats. Because there's the thing. By design, it's really easy to rig the number of seats per province and per territory. Because if you localize, if you make sure you centralize all of the immigration, then the area that has the most people in it are the areas that really have power within parliament. This is what's going on. That's the biggest issue. I really think Canada would be a more functioning democracy if we had two parliaments. What I mean by there is really we'd have
two parties versus 3 or 4, you mean?
Not exactly. We would split more Canada, to be honest, to make it functional. Because as of right now, the East has power over the West. And I have a clear plan. I won't go too deep into detail because eventually I want to go in politics and I will push my ideas. And I do think it's functional. But I think the big issue is right now the East has most of the power. And that's really problematic because there are people in the West. There's less people in the West, but they exist, and their voice is not necessarily heard.
Have I ever explained to you the issues with gerrymandering in the United States?
Yeah, you explained it in the past. But the other thing is, when we got a majority parliament, it's really bad. The party in power is doing whatever they want. And it's really bad. We need stuff to keep them in check, even in the majority parliament. Because the thing is, if they secure a majority, they can make anything up, and there's no opposition. It doesn't feel democratic at all, because if you don't have a say, it's really bad. As of right now, we had the Liberals being in a minority for years. It's been 6 years they're in a minority. They got a majority, I think, in 2015. But that's the only majority they got in years. And here's the thing. Despite the majority after that, the NDP was propping them up. So for 10 years, we had a functional majority, and that's really bad. So I feel like we should reform it and have by-election midterm. So usually a term is 4 years, and we should have, like you guys, a midterm after 2 years.
So when I say about gerrymandering and congressional redistricting, now there's this musical chairs that happen. So every 10 years we have a census that's actually in our Constitution. So by population control, let's say there's a shift or something, basically seats are designated for the Congress. So every so often, you'll ever hear this, every time it happens. Texas, it's interesting. They'll go, oh, but we're going to carve up this district and, if you carve up this district, it's racist, whatever else. Like, they'll carve up a district or a Senate district or something like that. And, this ghetto gets incorporated in.
Yeah, you already said that. But the other big issue I got with the current Canadian system is the Senate. They are not elected, first of all. Second, the party in power elects the people. So it's really bad, and it just makes sure that that these people in the Senate are under their thumb, basically. But at least they can cross floor, and that happened since Mark Carney. That was the first time we had Senate floor crosser in years. We had 2 or 3 of them, I can't remember exactly, floor crossing, and that's very rare. It's even more rare than people floor crossing in Parliament.
So there was a time in the U.S. too, by the way, it was change. So our government is based a lot on Machiavelli's The Prince, the House of Commons, the House of the Poor People, the House of the Lords, the concept where the Lords send their champions, where the poor send theirs. That's usually how ours is. You did not. I think at one point, we didn't have elections for Congress. They were appointed to Congress by the governor.
Yeah.
So, I mean, eventually that got changed. I think it was like the late 1800s, if I'm correct. I just don't remember the year. But
we should change it as well.
Like, you think, like, and if you were, like, good friends with the governor, I'll get you promoted to Congress or whatever. But that's the way it was from the founding of our nation, literally to post-Civil War, almost, like, up the way to, like, 1870s. It's like,
Let's play more of that now.
Election. Jesus, Monsieur Blanchet, after that speech, I think I'm going to vote for separation.
I want to say he's partly serious here, but...
Look, I'll be honest. The last election was tough for New Democrats, despite having a hip, fit, and well-dressed leader. So in choosing an interim leader, we're going to go in a different direction.
It's funny because now he's laughing at himself. So Jagmeet Singh was a guy with Rolex, and he was well-dressed, and he was spending lots of money in his dressing. And it's funny because it was supposed to be the party of the working class. But anyway, luxury guy stepped down, and now we got depraved guy. And depraved guy is the guy that talks right now. So he is able to laugh at himself. I like it. I like it. He earned my respect through that speech.
Tell you, it's hard to be a New Democrat these days, representing a once great Canadian institution that's been reduced to a shadow of its former self. Of course, that's something that our friends at the CBC table can relate to.
CBC used to be a great network like 30 years ago, but now they're just liberal shills. So they are a shadow of their former self. I like it. Really, Don Davies, he won me over for it.
Okay, what you gotta understand about the NDP are basically what our modern day neoliberals were, like right up until the progressives subverted them. And the NDP thought they were the face of liberals because they supplanted classical liberals and then they dabbled in progressive ideology politics until it backfired in their face when they thought they were a majority. They are not.
Yeah.
So
I thought you'd like that, Pierre. In fact, I lead a party that lost status so shockingly that some call us Buffy Saint NDP.
I don't get it, but that delivery is good, so I laugh.
Now, a lot of people say the NDP has alienated the working class, which I think is unfair. Rich people and professionals also don't like us. There's good news, though. The NDP just had our French language leaders debate, and it was very good for party morale. Unfortunately, that party was the Bloc Québécois. Now, I'd like to address the allegation that the NDP is broke. Untrue. We've had our accountant split the numbers into capital and operating budgets.
So now he's poking fun at the budget because the Liberal kept redefining and changing definition and working word, and they rebrand the budget to pretend they are not broke. So now he's poking fun at the budget. I like it. It's like direct into the Liberals. Wow.
And if you don't add those columns together against our revenue, we will lead the planet in economic strength. It's an honor to join my fellow leaders here tonight. Elizabeth May is here, my designated driver.
And she is a drunk. That's why it's funny. That's me. Look at me right now. See her. She's smiling.
You see, the funny thing about that is, to Elizabeth, the most offensive part of that joke is the idea that she drove here. Anyway, I'd like to congratulate her on negotiating such a massive gain to win her support of the budget. Getting the Liberals to agree to do what they already agreed to do and won't do was huge. I also see my colleague Yves-François Blanchet here. We all know I tried to get official party status to the NDP, but a big barrier was we refused to give the Bloc official party status when they had less than 12 seats, and then Jagmeet called them racists. Tonight I'm announcing new NDP policy. Never fuck over someone who put Je me souviens on their license plates.
So, Je me souviens is the license plate of most Quebecers.
C'est un nouveau jour.
It's a new day.
There, I just spoke more French than the 5 leadership candidates did in Montreal.
We covered it, and I gotta be honest, they didn't speak enough French. But hey, nice joke. I like it, Don Davies. That's accurate.
Now, Pierre Poilievre, I might have a small caucus, but at least it isn't shrinking.
So they have that narrative in the media that more people will flee the Conservative Party. That's why they pretend it's shrinking, but it's not. We only had one betrayal as of right now and one resignation, but the resignation is most likely in the next election. So yeah.
By the way, it's not the size of your caucus, it's what you do with it. Now, I see that Matt Genereux is not here tonight. Seriously, though, has anyone seen him? I'm getting a little bit worried. The last time anyone heard from him, Andrew Scheer and Chris Warkentin were seen near his office with rope and a ball gag.
So he was referring to the whip and the House Leader, maybe trying to silence the person that wants to resign. So that's kind of funny. I like it.
You have to visualize that. And of course, Prime Minister Carney is here. It's great to see his entire communications team join him. Oh, my apologies, that's the Toronto Star table. Now, the Prime Minister and I actually have a lot in common. We both grew up in Edmonton, went to small Catholic high schools, and are in tremendous physical shape.
He knows he's fat.
Fuck, I didn't know I was going to be leader. We both played hockey and scored the same number of goals, only he was a goalie and I was a forward. Now, speaking of devout Catholicism, this spring, Mr. Carney went to the Vatican to meet Pope Leo. Then he rushed home to make sure Canada wasn't wearing any protection when we got screwed by the United States.
He doesn't like it. Look, Carney just takes, he's kind of forced into laughing because everyone laughed, but he doesn't like it. You can tell he doesn't like it.
But elbows up? Seriously? When this guy met Donald Trump, he got on his knees so fast, Francois Legault wanted to use the notwithstanding clause.
So basically, the notwithstanding clause is a law the province can implement so they don't listen to Ottawa. So basically what it was, the joke here is Quebec wanted to separate because of Carney meeting with Trump.
Maybe Danielle Smith, too, if the rumors about Mr. Trump are true.
The rumors of allegation. Danielle Smith.
Prime Minister, remember that Catholic forgiveness thing. In the end, I never did get that extra minute from the Liberals, but I'm going to abstain and let this night proceed anyway. It's what the voters would want. Thank you.
Another reference to the budget where the NDP abstained. So I will be honest, I like Don Davies a lot. I did laugh a lot. I prefer Pierre Poilievre's speech, but Don Davies is a close second, like really close, like hip close. Like I enjoyed it. Really, I respect so much Don Davies, to be honest. That was something really solid. So let's get into question period December 1st. Let's get into it.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's bad enough that this Prime Minister has appointed a minister from the Trudeau years who ruined our immigration system and increased the cost of living. But this same minister this morning, the one responsible for heritage, says that he's had it. Says that he has had it with the decline of the French language. We're not fed up with it. We want to defend the French language. All those Liberal members, well, are they tired of someone who wants to defend French language and culture? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, the government has immigration under control. May I continue? Asylum seekers, the numbers have fallen by 1/3, and we will defend the French language with the greatest investments ever in the cultural sector. Mr. Speaker, the question had to do with the statement by his new minister who said he had had it. He was fed up with the debate on the decline of the French language. The Prime Minister's answer shows that we should all be worried about the decline of the French language. Why is it that among all Liberal members of Parliament, he has chosen to appoint someone who's fed up with defending the French language and Quebec culture? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker.
I'm shocked Carney is in Parliament right now instead of flying around.
I am for my new minister. I am against the leader of the official opposition who is against our action plan for the French language.
And then he says the Conservatives are dividing. What does he do? He divides right now.
$4 billion. He's against the investments in the Quebec cultural sector. He is against the increase in Francophone immigrants to Canada. We defend the French language.
Leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we learned today that 8 months after the Prime Minister was elected, promising to build nation-building projects at speeds not seen in generations, he hasn't even begun consulting with First Nations people about his promised pipeline to the Pacific. And now the Assembly of First Nations has condemned his plan because he hasn't done any consulting with them. Today he will address the Assembly. Will he for once say one thing to no matter who the group he's speaking to, be clear that he wants the pipeline to get built and that he'll get the consultations done to make it happen?
And I'll also add this because they brought up the First Nation. It's hilarious, the virtue signal, and I will also add a lot of things. So I think it's December 2nd or December 3rd. I can't remember which one of the two. But Carney got roasted so bad. Carney left in the middle of question period, angry, and he was packing up his things as the opposition was asking a question. So he didn't even wait for the end of the question to pack up his stuff, his leave. And you know what? He was throwing the First Nation under the bus. He was saying, I got a meeting with them. So he went there and he showed himself and they took picture and he spent like 10 minutes, 20 minutes there. And then he said, I'm in a hurry. I want to leave. And the chief there, one of the chief, I think there are several chiefs, but one of the chiefs there was so angry. He was screaming, what are you doing? It's not a photo op. We want to be aired. We want to be listened to. But he just fled. Carney was like,
yes.
It's hilarious because there's so much virtue signaling, but he doesn't care. And every action Carney does proves he doesn't care. So I'm like, when voters see that, why don't you see he doesn't care? Why would you vote someone that doesn't care about Canada? It's beyond my mind.
There's a reason I've said that, by the way, there's a reason I've said that, look, the First Peoples shit has always annoyed me because liberals here will go, You know there was natives in this land before everybody else.
But you know, I will also add this: if Carney really stayed at that event and he didn't piss off the chief, I would be like, you know what?
him.
You actually care.
Yes.
But no,
Key
he just
opportunity
went there
for
for the photo op. It pisses me off. It's like our leaders. Do you really call that a leader? I don't call that a leader at all. It's sickening.
Mr. Speaker, the great thing about Hansard is you can consult it and find out what the member opposite said last week. In effect, would we ram through a pipeline? No, never. No, never. We will consult free, prior, informed consent with First Nations. We will work with the province of British Columbia.
He does that because he doesn't want to admit publicly he doesn't want a pipeline. He wants to accuse someone else. He wants to put the blame on someone else. So it's very convenient. Look, I got the meeting with the First Nation. The First Nation doesn't want the pipeline. It's nasty. I hate it
in
so
the
much.
MOU with Alberta. We know how to work with the provinces. We know how to consult. We know how to respect. Does the member opposite?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Transcripts are great things, and he just renamed Justin Trudeau's immigration minister to cabinet, the guy who destroyed our immigration system and helped double the housing costs in this country. And that minister has now had something to say about this prime minister's failure to consult on pipelines. He said the consultation should have started yesterday, and it can't be done on a desktop, making reference to his fellow ministers' promise that they would do consultations by Zoom. So why is it that he didn't start 8 months ago consulting First Nations? Is it because he doesn't care what they have to say, or because he just doesn't want the pipeline to get built?
And he's been right of the things. It's the voters.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize this situation's very, very complicated for the member opposite. First off, you have to have a pipeline project. You have to have a private proponent. In order for that to happen, we had to create
the laws. What the Liberal place to block the road, stop any incentive. People don't want to invest in Canada, but he knows it. He wants Canada to be broke as long as his wallet is full. It's disgusting. We don't have a prime minister that defends Canada. We have a prime minister that's in for the money. It's not a servant. He's using the people. It's sickening. People will still vote that guy in next election. Hopefully we'll lose it, but it's sickening. I hate it so much.
Conditions precedent. We have now done that because we talk to the provinces. We work with the provinces. Mr. Speaker, in the Building Canada Act, which was passed before the member opposite returned to this House, we set out the consultation process for nation building project.
Well, if that's real, he wouldn't have an issue proclaiming it.
He's broken his promise to get big projects built, and now we learn that he has broken his promise to get houses built. He promised during the election he would double home building to 500,000 units per year. Today, the Parliamentary Budget Office revealed that his brand new bureaucracy will only build 5,000 homes per year. 99% less than he promised, Mr. Speaker, after Conservatives built well over 200,000 homes at half the cost today. Why won't he listen to us and stop building bureaucracy so that we can start building homes?
Because he can no longer, if it would be a Conservative, there would be like that many taxes all around the globe. There are taxes everywhere. Nobody wants to invest in Canada. It's so disgusting.
Well, the thing you're seeing more about this and what's funny about his line of attack on them, it's like, okay, the housing thing. First off, and this is what's coming to head in America, like home building, like actual, like the one, they'll go, oh, you need this communal style living or whatever. You think this is just a Canadian thing? Like here, they'll go, oh, Liberals can build houses.
But it's worse. You see, it's worse because you guys have a functional immigration system. You have
no, we don't.
Dude, Canada is a circus. We are far worse than you guys.
Okay, we have a.
We are at that, really at that, a tiny like at that, to be open border country. I don't think you're that bad because you got ice. We don't have any ice.
So, okay, the funny thing about, like, okay, first off, before I forget, on the building homes thing, it's not just building homes, which could be considered an issue, right?
We get more immigrant than they plan on building homes for the next 5 years, and we get more immigrant in the next year. So
yes,
it's crazy.
No, okay. The funny thing about the housing authority for us is, see, like, we can throw up homes, but it's like affording the people who can afford the homes. So, but that's part of it. But it's like, it's the people getting the loans. Like, you need loans to buy, like, you need a loan to buy a house, and that's sometimes hard. But, like, all liberal people promise home building in places. Yeah, you guys have more unchecked open borders. Now, what they don't tell you about our immigration issue is, and see, I live in Texas and I see this. Like, if I go to a certain part of town, you have 8 to 10 people living in an apartment. They'll literally stay there, or a house.
That's the same here in Canada.
Like, but we know they're as illegal as the fucking sun rises in the fucking morning.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the great thing about being a lifelong member of Parliament is you've never built anything and you don't know numbers.
True.
Okay, that's funny. That is funny. But that's not the only thing that is, sir.
A unit. That is what we're doing, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the only thing that member built when he was the governor of the Bank of England was the housing crisis in that country.
That's true.
He built a tax haven in the Caribbean so he wouldn't have to pay the same taxes he imposes on the Canadian people. Our youth need homes, jobs, and
that's
Prime
kind of true.
Minister only offers them broken
The housing
promises
thing's
and
interesting,
more
though.
sacrifices. He even held a photo op in front of a house that was dismantled after he left it. So
That's
we
true
have
as well.
a Prime Minister whose houses disappear after he announces them and promises disappear after he makes them.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the House in that announcement was sent to Nunavut.
Gaslight.
Nunavut is one of the territories of this great country. Nunavut is more than just a place where you fly in, make a photo op, don't speak to the Premier of Nunavut. Nunavut is where we are building 700 houses under Build Canada homes. Houses that are cheaper, houses that are more efficient.
It's funny because it's 700, but like it's one of the less populated area in Canada. It's kind of hilarious.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, last Thursday the Prime Minister announced an agreement with Alberta, which is a problem in many ways. I want to ask the government, if it would commit irrevocably to not do anything in British Columbia without the express consent of British Columbia and First Nations. The answer was yes. But yet the announcement was made. Now, what is it? No, please be careful with the language you use. This is not outside the rules, but it might provoke a certain reaction, and one reaction can lead to another, and the two reactions can provoke disorder. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We respect provincial rights and jurisdiction. We respect British Columbia.
Throw other people
it is
under the bus.
absolutely clear
Right.
in the Memorandum of Understanding that
Well,
we and the province
there's a
of
larger
Alberta
problem
will work
right there,
together
though.
with British Columbia.
Why would we name a prime minister that's powerless?
An agreement for a pipe.
Anyway, that was very interesting. Usually we go over the end, but because we covered more of the start, we won't cover the end. And let's be honest, the NDP, we heard enough of them in the course of the last few streams. So I will be honest. The question period we are doing this week will most likely be Conservative and Bloc. What did you wanted to say?
So here's the Bloc. Fucking look.
That's Stephen Guilbeault ahead of his first Liberal caucus meeting.
Oh, it's like Bloc is like the women, the preppy girls who feel like they need to be given a hearing and given to be heard.
Yeah.
Like they literally, but you don't realize they'll go, we want to benefit Canada. But, we're going to only do Ontario. What? Because, so you don't want any money, any bills, anything else, progress going to any other sections of Canada but there.
That's why a lot of people say we don't want the Bloc in the federal, and I understand their points. But here's the thing. The Bloc purpose is to split the vote on the left. You want a Bloc so the Liberal don't get 60 seats.
That's true, but they also are basically their area first, rest of Canada be damned.
Yeah, that's true. But again, we need them.
Really?
So now let's get into Guilbeault on leaving cabinet. That was something we talked about last week. Now there's a return to it because Guilbeault likes the spotlight. And Guilbeault interview with Vashi, that one, I like that interview. And I will be honest, I think every journalist in Canada sucks. I think they are biased.
Oh.
Most of our outlets are left-leaning, regardless of what other people think and say. Most of the outlets we have right now are there to prop up the government, which is a Liberal government for 10 years. And this is what it is here in Canada. The media is biased, and they are discussing in their line of questioning. But Vassicopoulos is actually the only journalist I do respect. Now, last week we covered CPAC. I enjoyed the CPAC journalist. I won't lie. That was a nice one. But overall, I think Canada sucks. We have some of the worst journalists that exist. So let's hear about Vassicopoulos.
Confirmation bias is the problem.
She's actually good.
The problem is the word you're looking for is like confirmation bias.
Meeting since quitting cabinet over last week's federal energy agreement with Alberta, a deal that would see the feds waive clean energy regulations in exchange for the province negotiating an increased industrial carbon price, all in pursuit of a new bitumen pipeline to the Pacific. Something Mr. Guilbeault said he couldn't back, calling the agreement a, quote, serious mistake. But he has decided to stay in the Liberal caucus, and Mr. Guilbeault is with us live in studio right now. Hi there. Good to see you. Thank you very much for making the time.
My pleasure.
Have you had any regrets since your decision?
No, I've not.
Why not?
It's a tough decision. I mean, as a cabinet minister, you have a responsibility to tell your prime minister what you feel is the right thing or the wrong thing to do. And if you disagree with a policy or a decision by the government in our parliamentary system, then as a cabinet minister, your only recourse is to leave. And this is what I did.
So I had read a story, and maybe it was wrong, but it seemed, well placed the night before you quit, essentially saying, a source close to you was saying that you were going to remain in cabinet because you felt you could have more influence, essentially, over the direction of climate policy or what was to come than outside of cabinet. Less than 24 hours later, you quit. What changed in that period?
I mean, from the first moment I saw a draft of the agreement, the memorandum of understanding between the federal government and Alberta, I voiced my my strong opposition, and I told people, I told those people who were with me that I understood that me opposing this would have some consequences, i.e.
I'll be honest. I think the question asked is pretty good. And as much as I don't like Guilbeault, I don't like his policies, I actually enjoy what he is saying right now.
He admits he's a wing job, obviously. I mean,
but
look,
that's his honesty I connect with. I disagree with him. I think he is a freak. He is far left. I'm not far left. But I think his honesty here right now is kind of okay. And again, Vassi is very good in her line of questioning, and I like that. We need
me
more of
leaving
that.
cabinet. And from that day on, Tuesday, Wednesday, tried to work like, are there changes that could be made to the agreement? But by then it was pretty baked in, and the changes that were made were largely cosmetic and didn't change the nature of the agreement. Like I felt, and I feel, we left a lot on the table for not getting a lot in return. This idea that we have to abandon our clean electricity regulation that will help us clean up our electricity grid across the country for decades to come, in exchange for Alberta putting a better price on pollution. They already have to do that because of the federal pricing system.
And this is why we are not competitive. This is why we are broke. This is why we don't make money. This is why people flee to the USA.
So he basically made his fame trying to be an eco person. And see, he has like the potential for the... See, he left the position that he has power, but he is a principled moron, yes. The problem is he's honest, but he also probably honestly believes you need to keep it in the ground. There's a big thing. Like, keeping it in the ground's entirely separate than your other, but it's like also he's too stupid to realize you can't keep shit in the ground and then still have energy future.
Yeah, that's true. And that's the case of most liberals.
So we're not getting anything in return.
I think the only
Alberta's
liberal
not
that truly
giving
knows
us-
that is Mark Carney, but he
giving
doesn't
Canadians
care because he only
a better
cares
deal
about his
out
money.
of that. I have supported the Pathways project to capture carbon and store it in the ground for many years, but
Sure.
People have to understand that it's not a magic bullet. It will help reduce pollution from the oil sands sector by about 12%. It's not
China pollutes
50%,
so much more
certainly
than
not
us.
100%.
Who cares?
It's 12%. And 12% is not nothing, but it will still make oil sands oil one of the most carbon intensive in the world. Like right now, it's about 10 times more pollution intensive than oil that's produced in Newfoundland, for example. So it's going to be slightly better, but it'll be nowhere near what's produced even in other parts of Canada, let alone the North Sea or elsewhere in the world.
The grand bargain and all that you just said, you know, we put to your colleagues, including the person who succeeded you in this position in the days in the wake of your exit, on multiple occasions in great detail, like how the thesis that they seem to be putting forward is the increase, whatever we're able to negotiate in the form of an increase to the industrial price on carbon will mitigate the impact of the rollback of these other policies. Is that possible?
Well, I mean, not with the current agreement. To mitigate the losses of measures we're willing to leave on the table in order to get this agreement with Alberta, the price on pollution would have to be almost 3 times as high as what is currently being proposed. So there's an Environment Canada estimates that to get to the same result in terms of reduction of pollution just using industrial carbon pricing and taking clean electricity regulation out of the equation, you'd have to have a price on pollution of about $400 a ton. And we're talking right now about 100.
By the way, I must say, if you really want to tax so much a specific industry, you are not a believer of free market. And that goes back to Canada is no longer a free market. It is ideologically driven. It's disgusting, and this is why we are broke. Go woke, go broke.
I mean, okay, it's like, look in the U.S. The funny part is, like, in the U.S., we had a program for years to do solar power. That stuff didn't pan out. Like, I was listening to something today, but something I heard is they were talking about, and it was Bill O'Reilly's, like, they're talking about companies that want to do nuclear power in certain places.
Yeah.
But like in Canada, it's like per wattage, nuclear power is better. You just got to deal with it. But like a lot of people don't think it's like believe the science. You need hydro. Now, what's funny is if he calls oil sands bad for the environment because you got to warm the sand, pull it out. Unless you're just talking fracking, which some of the science that was supposed to be anti-fracking, like they put water into the ground, they tried to say it was causing earthquakes. That turned out to be not real.
Why am I not surprised?
So you have
misinformation on the left.
So you have a lot, like if he's talking about oil sands and natural gas is actually relatively clean compared to other sources.
Like coal? China is using coal?
And then like nuclear power by far is cleaner, except for you just got to find a way to deal with the waste. So,
yeah.
But he's firmly he's firmly an eco nut.
Yeah.
Which is easily would take the country back to wood-burning stoves, potentially.
$30 a ton.
We are back at the Stone Age because of
doesn't add
people
up.
like him.
And frankly, I think that my government needs to be honest with Canadians. With the
This I agree.
rollbacks that we've seen over the past few months on different climate change measures that have
I don't
been
agree with
adopted
this,
over the
Steve.
years by me and some of my predecessors, it is impossible to see how we achieve our 2030 targets. And we knew it was going to be difficult. When I was minister, you and I have had this conversation. We knew it was going to be challenging. It's impossible now. And I think we need to come clean. We need to tell Canadians it won't work. We won't
Carney
get there.
being honest,
And the Prime Minister,
too much
he's the
asked.
Prime Minister. If he wants another strategy, he wants another approach, he can do that. But we also have to tell Canadians what's the new plan and what does that plan lead us to. And right now, even achieving net zero, so carbon neutrality by 2050, it is very hard for me to see how we get there with what has been announced so far.
So you think even that target is in jeopardy now?
Yes. Yes.
Did you convey this at any point to the Prime Minister? Like, was there, not to say that you would disclose all the details, but like, has there been a frank conversation about this between you and the Prime Minister specifically?
Last week, I've had a couple of conversations with the Prime Minister, and they were very honest and frank and respectful. Where I told them many of the things that I'm telling you now, and where eventually I told them that I was no longer the person to be able to help him continue support his agenda on this.
Damn that stutter though.
I will tell you this. That goes back to the whispers that Carney runs his party like a CEO, because they had to talk. He wasn't listened to, and it's not surprising for me. But it should be for the Liberal voter, because they thought it was democracy, while Carney doesn't treat his party like a party that's in a democracy. It's him, top-down approach. Carney says so. It must be done.
It could also just be Carney runs his, like Trump runs his administration like a business, but he also hires people who he can easily throw underneath the bus. So we haven't seen the "you're fired" presidency officially again, but like I think there's like an advisor here that it's like one of the legal people he had that had issues.
Yeah.
He just basically got her to resign. It's like, oh, maybe he did it, but she'd been tied to like several cases that he was pursuing, and maybe there was the urge, you're just not right for the job. And that's one person. The problematic person can just be gotten rid of.
Yeah.
So it's not versus a legion of yes men versus having a legion of people that are scrupulous. Like Candace Owens is an example of this. Candace Owens, Trump kind of milked the shit out of her, but he also realized she was a dingbat. But she came back more for vengeance afterwards. Because, like a lot of people you'll see, but I don't know, if Carney runs his administration similar, that you have quote unquote problematic people or patsies you can rub off.
You know, it's funny because you compare Trump to Carney, and I already did that in several streams. So I agree with you. It's crazy to think that Pierre Poilievre is the Trump one, while Carney is the one acting like he is master there and he is a dictator and whatever.
Now, why stay in caucus? Why stay?
You beat me to the punch, right? Because and I'll frame the question if you don't mind, because I think a lot of Canadians watching would ask that question. If you don't feel like you can defend, on principle, essentially, you have to resign from cabinet because of the agenda that they're pursuing. How can you stay in the government? Period.
He wants his pension because he's about to get it. But let's keep going.
Well, I have a profound disagreement with the Prime Minister on how he and his team want to continue moving forward on climate change. And as I said, I don't see the plan. I don't see the math right now. And maybe they can prove me wrong in the coming months. That being said, I still think that the best person to serve Canadians and to help us, to guide us through those difficult times we're going through is Mark Carney. Without Prime Minister Carney, we would not have had the historic investment in the arts and culture that was in the last budget. We certainly wouldn't have measures that are continue to support Canadians, like childcare, like dental care. The Conservative Party of Canada said time and time again that they would get rid of those measures. These measures are helping people, like thousands of dollars back in the pockets of Canadians.
That's why I respect him.
Why do you something so politically damaging to the Prime Minister in removing yourself from cabinet? Why not stay around the table and fight for the things that you're describing tonight?
I mean, I've tried to do that with as much tact as I could. I didn't leave the room throwing grenades around and accusing people of this and that. I think I've been very respectful of the Prime Minister and the government, but I felt that I owed it to him, to my colleagues, and to my constituent to be true to myself and to be able to look myself in the mirror. Like, I don't know, Vashi, how I would have been able to say with a straight face that this is an agreement that I can support.
I'll also add this. I agree with the content creator. I like a lot that we covered several times being non-term perspective. So basically what he was saying is he didn't answer the question that Vashi asked, being, will you run under the Liberal banner in the next election? And he didn't answer it. So either Carney doesn't want him in the next election, or Guilbeault wants to change banner or retire literally from politics. We will see how it goes, but looks like Guilbeault is no longer a Liberal after this current administration, which is kind of great. I will be honest, I don't like him at all. I actually like that interview a lot. I think he's a true believer, like you said, but his politics are what destroyed Canada. Let's be honest about it.
Yes. Now, I support the Prime Minister's intention of making sure that all Canadians feel they have a place in the Federation, but we played in that movie before. We bought a...
So he's saying Alberta doesn't want to get along, that's their fault, and us playing along is kind of wrong. And that goes back to top-down approach. And it doesn't work in a federation like Canada, because we have different provinces, they have different goals, they want different economy, they want different prosperity at some point, and it's different set of things. So for him to speak about Alberta this way is just disgusting, because they didn't work at all with Alberta. They hate Alberta, but yet they want Alberta's money. It's just disgusting. And maybe he's referring to Quebec wanting to separate, but I strongly believe Guilbeault believes in Canada, and he doesn't really believe in a separatist Quebec. So I don't know what he refers to, but I believe Alberta has been neglected, and they have very valid reasons.
I mean, if it's similar to what the Bloc says, right? Bloc says, I want Quebec first, give us the economy, give us the jobs type shit. Then you have BC that has, or other areas that actually has the mining and the oil, right? They have the resources. they have to open up the minds. But then again, Block and everybody else all go, I want economic success. And then they go, well, why don't you let us open minds? Give us jobs. Then do other things. Because it's going to benefit our area. And then they go, oh, but that doesn't benefit us. So I, being in Quebec or insert province here, get fucked.
Yeah. So that was Guilbeault leaving cabinet. That's the second time we talked about it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he might be dyslexic. Like, I don't think I've ever heard when he's was speaking before in question periods, him stammering that.
He is a good speaker. I will give him that. Like, yeah, there's a lot of I disagree with the guy. I think he's really an extremist. He's kind of dangerous to some extent. I don't like him, but hey, at least he's a believer.
Questions, questions orales, the honorable leader of the opposition.
So just to make sure, that one is December 2nd, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Canadians deserve nutritious food that's affordable and excellent. But unfortunately, this isn't the case after 10 years of these Liberals. Let's look at today's facts that have come to light. The Canada Food Price Report expects a family of four to spend up to $17,600 more, an increase of $995 a year, almost a double since the Liberals came to power. When will the Liberals abolish the tax and the inflationary spending that are driving up grocery prices? The honourable member. First, Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon price.
I cannot stand her. I've seen her in committee this week. If I could find a committee where she is in, I would bring it up. But I despise that person because basically they were having a farmer in one of the committees speaking about taxes and how harmful they are to the business of farming. And she was lying and gaslighting to the guy. And she was basically saying, you made up these taxes. And the guy was very angry, was like, I made up taxes. I'm the one that pays them. What they're talking about? It was outrageous to see that.
Well, you got to understand, her, if you're in, I'm assuming, the cabinet, this is probably why he left. Now, there's a point you got to realize, and even in corporate, but it's more often in politics, you got to swallow the PR. Whatever your side says. Now, behind closed doors, you might be able to complain and bitch out somebody to get something to change, but PR-wise, you must toe that line. Now, it sounds shit, but she herself, I have a hard time believing if I say 60-40, I firmly believe she believes in everything she says. She doesn't think that the sky is falling or the room's on fire. But there's also that 40% chance that she might not be a believer and she's just going along with what gives her power, praying that it might become true. Because I believe a lot of people who are in that side, it's usually by the eyes you can tell. If they have the doughy, psychotic whites of their eyes, it's too big, they're likely a firm liberal believer. I hate to say it's in our American liberals, they all have a particular look. It's a look. It's in their eyes, it's in their mannerisms, and they firmly believe it. So a lot of these people you'll see speak, like I think it's, who's the other guy, the fat guy? That's always there.
McKinnon, yeah.
He's always like, but that guy, no, that guy's a true believer in that side of the fucking world. But see, at least you know who your enemies are. The rule is, if your enemy tells you who they are, believe them.
Yeah, that's true.
does not apply to farmers. So they are taking imaginary cases that don't
deflection.
apply here. But if they want to talk
Because
about
they can fudge the
food
numbers
price report that was
stateside
published
on
today,
farmers.
what they said was that what will apply and that will have a cost on the price of groceries is climate change. I'd like to know if they're ready to fight against climate change. That party doesn't have a plan, and they're fighting against Canada and not against climate change.
The opposition.
Let's analyze the weekly spending for groceries. According to today's report data, in 2015, the years when the Liberals came to power, the average Canadian family spent $163 a week on groceries. Today, next year rather, it'll be $340 a week, the double. The government's costs have driven up grocery prices. When will they abolish taxes? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, they're just talking about imaginary taxes from the Leader of the Opposition. Systematically, this leader votes against food school programs. They vote against the Canada Child Benefit. They vote against dental care. They vote against pharmacare, things that help people who are in need in Canada. We are making these proposals, and they are opposed to them.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Hardworking Canadians deserve affordable, nutritious, and delicious food. Meat and potatoes on the dinner table every single night. But after a decade of this Liberal government, the cost of groceries has literally doubled. Today, the food price report shows that Canadians will spend $17,600 to feed a family of 4 next year. Double what it was when the Liberals took office, and $995 than the preceding year.
And this is how you have revolutions and fucked up
Will the Prime Minister reverse his inflationary taxes on food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, another example of the opposition using a report without actually taking the time to read it. In fact, beef, one of
She
the
is so annoying. She speaks about that, yet they have a minister that didn't read the contract. Disgusting.
Persisted for producers throughout the year in Western Canada as they experienced a drought and input costs like feed rose. Mr. Speaker, we're focused on how to help Canadians. That's why today I was with Ontario signing the child care agreement. It will save families $10,400 a year.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is the point in any Liberal term when they go from making promises to making excuses. The Prime Minister promised that he'd be judged by the prices at the grocery store. And let's look at those prices on a weekly basis. Today's report gives out data that shows that back when the Liberals took office in 2015, it was $163 a week to afford groceries for a family of 4. Now it's $340, literally double. Liberal taxes on farmers, fertilizers, food processors, and packaging have all driven up the cost of food. Will they reverse these Liberal taxes on groceries?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Speaker, instead of focusing on imaginary taxes, we're working to control the things we can, which is putting more money in the pockets of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's
by taxing them more.
Challenges. You make sure they have the money
Lying at you. I cannot stand her, really.
in the market. You'd think conservatives would understand.
She's good at manipulating, either believing it or just lying to cover it up so it doesn't look like it.
Mr. Speaker,
Either one.
$10,400 per family on average. Do you know how many weeks of food that is? At least 63. If they're
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Children cannot eat agreements or photo ops or promises.
That's
If
true.
These costly promises Liberals were making actually were real, then you wouldn't have seen the number of kids reliant on food banks doubled to 700,000 kids in the last 5 years. Today, a report from Dalhousie proves that the weekly grocery bill of a family of 4 has doubled to $340 a year. That's the result. So will they finally reverse the Liberal taxes that are driving up food?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again, the members opposite
It
say
just
no
eats
to
them all up.
Canadians, say no to supporting Canadians. We have a Canada Child Benefit that supports young families.
By taxing families.
It is something that they voted against. Time and time again, we'll be there to fight for Canadians. And if he wants
tax
to
them
talk
more.
about imaginary taxes, that's only an imaginary argument. We're doing the real work to support
I cannot stand her, really.
The problem is they say this and they act like
the industrial
you
carbon
can't fight
tax
it.
is not only real,
The Brizen is perfect for the party for real. She is the most lying and gaslighting individual we
That
can
is
meet.
pure lying.
it was in the Prime Minister's own budget that he wants to increase it. It's a tax on the steel that goes into farm equipment, the fertilizer that goes into farm fields, the equipment that goes into food processors. Then there's the tax on food packaging. By banning plastics, they're making food go bad earlier and costing an extra $1 billion, all of which is passed on. And finally, a $78 billion deficit is inflating the cost of everything. Wow. So instead of doubling the cost of food, why won't they scrap the taxes on groceries?
Because they need your money.
Jobs and families.
Speaker, it's clear the member of the opposition has not read the report because, in fact, the report...
Even
More
if the
lies and
report was
gaslight.
true, they would lie.
So here's what we're doing on this side, Mr. Speaker. We're putting
Lying
money
and
in the pockets
gaslighting.
of Canadians, whether it's through the Canada Child Benefit, which, oh, by the way, is indexed to inflation and that they voted against, whether it's affordable child...
By the way, last day I told you 5 years. It has improved since the last time we talked. It's now 3 years. It takes you 3 years to benefit from the daycare system. Your baby has time to be a kid.
I mean,
This is what
here's
they
the
promote,
now,
folks.
here's the thing about a lot of these types of people, and this is our politicians do this on both sides as well. If a government report, FBI statistics go, white people are committing most crimes, they tell the person doing it,
Are you white?
basically makes white Hispanics white, makes Asians white, makes all these ethnic groups white, and they go, we just don't want no redefine your criteria, which is non-black or whatever. And then they tout to the public, most violent crime is committed by white people. So is that white people or is that white Hispanics?
Fair, Mr. Speaker, for families with growing children, helping them
Hispanics.
save money for down payment on a house, which they say...
Let me finish my analogy so you get the other half. And then when this report comes out, this is a report they tout. They do this. So she goes, if the opposition read the report, how do we know when they actually present a report to you, it's real, or have you put out a doctored report that makes it not look as bad?
Knowing the scandals the liberals
They're probably
are into.
lying.
Yeah.
is a goal they have, but they voted against, or whether it's for school food programs for those families that need an extra hand. We're here for Canadians in good times and bad. It's pretty clear where they stand for themselves.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, we thought that the Liberals had finally agreed to remove from the criminal code the exemption that allows incitement to hatred under the guise of religion. But today we learn this is far from the case. Just as we're beginning to debate the Bloc's amendment to repeal the religious exemption, the Liberals tell us that they want to cancel all meetings of the Justice Committee until 2026. Clearly,
so basically, they will stall as much as they can the laws and the bills. They are very dangerous. We talked about C9, we talked about C8. So these bills are right now pending and waiting for 2026. It's kind of hilarious, and it doesn't look good for the Liberals because looks like maybe, and that's a good news if that really happens this way, but maybe these harmful and dangerous law will be scrapped. I cannot wait for that.
They are afraid to adopt the Bloc's amendment. Clearly, they are bowing to...
The reason is, well, the Bloc really wanted to make an amendment to pretend they want to support the law, but they made the amendment so complicated. It included the Quran, the Bible, and the Torah, I believe. And because it's 3 different books, it checks so many boxes that many liberals are like, you know what, I cannot support that amendment. But if I don't vote for that bill, I will make my party look bad because I can't vote for my own bill. So it's a big political game that's actually smart from the Bloc part. And I fully agree. I like it so much because I think it's the Bloc amendment that will probably destroy that bill before it's even passed. I really hope it will happen that way. I don't want to move elsewhere because of censorship, but I will not live in a country that has censorship. I cannot stand censorship. It's just disgusting.
So the problem, a lot of these bills, they'll attach amendments to them or attach provisions. So, and this is what in the U.S. we just call it pork barrel spending. It adds pork to the bill to say, sure, I'll pass your thing, but you attach the bill I want to it. Now it enriches either that person's district or something. And look, personally, I would like politics just pass an energy bill. It's an energy bill, but dear God, someone always has they'll attach a bill or something they want passed. You go, oh, I thought I was voting on an energy bill, not something to deal with like a tax measure or this. And it's like, oh, and that's how they bump shit into law. I bet they do the same thing up there. It's like, oh, this.
So again, I think the Bloc was very clever, and I will thank the Bloc for maybe ending that Bill C9 that's Otter discussed.
Religious lobbies, will they pull themselves together and abolish the religious exemption, yes or no?
Because by adding 3 books, you take off so many bases of voters.
The Honorable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Please, silence. Mr. Speaker, we are ready to do the work. We started last Tuesday to do a clause-by-clause study, and we're going to continue to work hard on this file. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, religion should never be an excuse for committing crimes, including incitement to hatred. Ending the religious exemption that allows this abuse is a unanimous request from the National Assembly of Quebec, but the Liberals are still abandoning the will of Quebecers to bow to the will of a handful of dogmatic religious leaders. Tolerating this type of speech is not respecting freedom of religion or freedom of expression. It's even less about being open to diversity. It is about being cowardly in the face of violence. Will the Liberals get their act together?
I think it's very clever because that line of questioning actually can strip away maybe some of these liberal voters, and they may revert back to Bloc because the Bloc makes very valid points.
The Honourable Minister. Speaking of freedom, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask a question that is very relevant with respect.
By the way, Stephen Guilbeault stepped down, and now we got Mark Miller that replaced Stephen Guilbeault, and it's kind of hilarious because that guy is another guy from the Trudeau era. So more of the same, as one can say. And it was a disaster under the other ministry he had, but he was Trudeau's best friend. So who cares?
To today's news at the Bloc. Like their leader in Quebec, do they think that Quebec artists lack loyalty to the Quebec nation? May they answer the question yes or no? The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we knew that the Conservatives would side with extremist preachers because they are the official party of the religious right. But it's appalling to see the Liberals abandon Quebecers, Canadians, and their fundamental principles. Principles such as equality before the law when it comes to crimes, principles such as gender equality, the rights of sexual minorities, the maintenance of social peace, etc. And
that questioning is clearly trying to strip away Liberal voter. I like it. Do it, Block. Do it.
all because they're on their knees before the various religious right-wing groups. Will they stand up, get their stuff together, and immediately reconvene the Justice Committee?
This is clearly speaking to these Liberal voters, because no Conservative hear that and say, I will vote Bloc. It's all Liberals. I like it. Do it more.
To abolish the religious exception.
The Bloc are
The
clever.
Honourable Minister. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that the Bloc wants to divert our attention, but if we invest historical amounts in culture, it's not to gain the loyalty of artists. It's for them to thrive themselves and have their expression. Investment in culture could neutralize artists in their view, and it shows the disdain they have in Quebec for their artists. Neither the Bloc leader or they have the right to judge other Quebecers about their loyalty to Quebec.
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Grocery store, it seems like the prices you pay are getting higher and higher, because they are. If groceries feel expensive right now, then it's only going to get worse, because a new report this week shows that the price of groceries is going to go up $1,000 per family next year. And it's no coincidence that the Liberals are also raising taxes on the people who grow and ship and sell the food. So doesn't this government realize that higher taxes on farmers and truckers means more expensive for groceries for struggling families?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, every farmer knows that you reap what you sow. What the Conservatives are sowing every day in this House is the distrust of Canadians, because they're insincere when they weaponize people's struggles for their political gain while voting against.
Wait, Dragon, I think this is Friday, but hey, we will keep playing that. But anyway, let's play more. I think it's Friday because there's less people in the
Every
room.
single affordability measure that puts more money in Canadians' pockets. That includes an income tax cut for $22 million, the Canada Child Benefit, cutting the consumer carbon tax, childcare, dental care, over $2,000 of support, direct benefits that put more money in Canadians' pockets with young children. How can they say they're...
The honourable member for Thornhill.
So angry, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are standing in food banks and food bank lines at record numbers while these Liberals pat themselves on the back.
Exactly.
Feeding kids starts with making food more affordable. This is the same government that forced millions of Canadians into a food bank, and now saying that people should be thankful for the programs that they can't quantify and can't deliver. Just 10 years ago, you used to be able to go grocery shopping for a week and spend $160. It's now more than doubled to $340. So when will these Liberals admit that their policies have failed and Canadians are struggling?
Never. They will never admit that.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, what feeds Canadian families is good paying jobs and a strong social safety net, both of which the Conservatives oppose. They can't even bring themselves to recognize when job numbers exceed expectations month over month over month. 3 months in a row, the Canadian economy has added 181,000 new jobs, including 54,000.
But that's because it's Christmas time. We got lots of part-time coming back.
Conservatives can't even acknowledge when the Canadian economy does well because it doesn't fit their
It
narrative.
doesn't go well, buddy.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park for
Full time, they
Saskatchewan.
don't
Mr.
say.
Speaker, let's look at the actual job numbers that member was trying to reference. 9,400 full-time jobs lost in the last month. Now, these Liberals want to try to pretend that they're doing better by adding those part-time numbers in. But the fact that Canadians are desperate, they're turning to part-time work because full-time jobs are not available, and they desperately need that part-time work to feed their families. That's not something to celebrate. A continuing decline in full-time jobs in this country is not something to celebrate. When will the Liberals recognize the reality that Canadians are losing the full-time work that they need to provide for their families?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have good jobs numbers to share. This morning, I am proud to say that last month, 50,000 young people got a job. In November alone, 21,000 young people found a job in October. The numbers are trending in the right direction. We are there to support young Canadians.
Wait until January,
we are proud
buddy.
of our job numbers on this side of the House.
Park for Saskatchewan.
Redactions are not consistent. And so what I want to understand is if you're saying it's commercially sensitive, that's the basis for the redactions, then why is there sort of a lack of consistency between the redactions and the documents?
So my team had direct discussions with Stellantis.
Sure, but who's the one that had the Sharpie marker in hand? And
Yeah, so
And you're basically, supporting Stellantis in redactions that look completely unnecessary.
The confidentiality, so we have to wait until someone makes an access to information request to see it? That's your argument? An access to information request trumps Parliament's right to review the documents?
Boy. So as far as departments go, I mean, I find it a little bit rich that only maybe 4 or 6 other people other than, because you said everybody at the table had seen it earlier, now you're saying you haven't.
What are we trying to protect here? Okay, so
this guy's garage.
Praise your government's diversity.
So, Stellantis scandal is the next topic. We got a preview of what will happen next. And you know what? Here's the scandal. We got a minister being Melanie Joly, a woman we always hear screaming and mumbling in question period. She is the Ministry for Industry. And guess what? She didn't read the contract. And guess what? Her staff, her team, they want to block information. Why? Why are we getting taxpayer money stolen? Is it what's going on? And guess what? They gave a fact check to Stellantis. And guess what? A week later, Stellantis leaves. And where do they go? The USA. So this is a scandal. We, taxpayer, paid for Stellantis to move elsewhere. And they tried to cover this up. So this is the commentary about it. I like that.
I mean, here's the thing. And this is something, I'm not saying it's a myth. Like, let's get a myth out of the way first, from what I've noticed. If industry is drying up where you are, you have to ask, why is it moving? They don't like that. Now, I'm not saying, but people go, but the jobs, but the steel plant, this and that. So it's not Trump's fault. It's the corporation changing either business or the government's making it hard for said factory or plant to function. And you need to have an honest conversation. If you want to keep a manufacturing sector, you got to nurture it. You got to keep it alive. This is what happened in the U.S. We were very much manufacturing certain things. We were doing certain processing. Before we became a majority goods and service economy, as much as having the consuming part. Like, you could make an SUV. SUVs become unmarketable, so GM or Ford only has one plant in an entire country. Let's say there's 3 plants that make SUVs. Yeah, of course, those things cost jobs and issues when they shut down. And the thing about it is, you can't entirely blame corporate greed, but corporations, contrary to popular belief in running a business, you need to make money. So,
not in Canada. They are subsidized until they are tired of it, and they
well,
want
we
independence.
do that with the
they
airline
leave.
industry. No, if you want the honest truth in America, there is something to be said, and this is about. There's the argument to be made. Now, does the government technically own AI industries? This is actual real. So the AI industry was the latest one to get a lot of backing from the Trump administration as well as the Biden administration late. We have subsidized. So the U.S. government basically owns Amtrak, that's theirs. But since the airline crashes years ago, we have basically all but nationalized our airline industry because they're so in debt to the government. So, the thing I love is, yes, it's like if you're knowingly taking a deal that's going to benefit a company and you're in a position of power that you can get said deal in. This is what got Hillary Clinton in trouble with the Uranium One deal. Uranium is a national resource. So we can't, well, technically, we're kind of short on it anyways if we had to start firing plants up, but realistically, they were going to give it to a Russian asset company. Hillary Clinton just walked away from that deal with nothing. And she had no corruption charges, nothing to see here. She just could happen to approve it with her being in the government. Now,
Amazing.
She should have been investigated.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, this story has largely faded, and one reason Democrats wanted her gone. But like a scandal like that, where you're enriching yourself, and it just happens that Pelosi and her husband are the best investors that do have better stock portfolios than that of brokers on Wall Street. And by that, I mean, why do they invest in NVIDIA? Why do they invest in these weird companies and the stock goes up? Now,
Interesting.
That's real. That actually is a true story, by the way.
But here's the thing. We still have a lot of coverage, so let's play more of that.
Like and subscribe.
And Chair, I do appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss matters related to the agreements between the Government of Canada and Stellantis pertaining to the Brampton Assembly Plant.
We'll start with Mr. Seaback for 6 minutes, please.
Great. So, in your statement, you just said that you're trying to redact, commercially sensitive information, which I understand.
Point of order, Chair?
What I do find.
I'm sorry, there's a point of order. I'll stop the clock.
Was there any other opening remarks from any?
They haven't signed on yet. We're waiting for them to sign on.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
IT issues. Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Seaback.
Thank you very much. And I respect that you're trying to make sure that commercially sensitive information isn't available. What I have found when I've reviewed this agreement, and in fact reviewed other publicly available documents like the CIF agreement 810-819553, which is related to the agreements that we're talking about today, is that the redactions are not consistent. And so what I want to understand is, if you're saying it's commercially sensitive, that's the basis for the redactions, then why is there sort of a lack of consistency between the redactions and the documents? So, for example, in CIF agreement 810-819553, you redacted the costs of the various the funding agreement, but in CIF agreement the one that we're talking about here, 813-816-251, the dollar amounts, in fact, aren't redacted, and the dollar amounts of the other agreement are in that document. Like amendment number 2 of CIF 816-251 puts in the full amount of the $15 billion contribution. So it's not redacted in this document, but it's redacted in another. Can you explain that inconsistency?
Cover up.
A question. I don't have the other agreement that you're referring to with me. However, what I can say is that when we do get a request for documents for committees, in any case, we always approach the companies at the end of the day to make sure that we actually have a process in terms of understanding what they feel is commercially confidential and could be harmful to their competitive position. And we review that with the companies to make sure that in our assessment we also feel that there's some legitimacy to it being commercially confidential. In this case, as I've outlined in the letter to the committee, we feel that the information that is not included or that is redacted, maybe I should phrase it that way, is legitimately commercially confidential. So it's about IP strategies, it's about investments in R&D, investments in CapEx, which could actually give some sense to their competitors and give them some sense of what they're doing and could harm their competitive position. So it's a case-by-case basis. A company may feel over time that it no longer needs to be protected, and that may change. But as we do it on a case-by-case basis with each company.
Sure. Let's say I accept that explanation on CapEx and R&D and other things. But for example, in the document we're talking about today, 813 CIF agreement 813-816251, you've redacted the provincial funding envelopes. Like, how's that commercially sensitive? Like, you've got the...
So basically what's going on, they black inked, so they hid the money they would get from the provincial, and how is it commercially sensitive? So the line of questioning is, are we trying to hide some money being moved around to other people's pocket that shouldn't have that money? That's taxpayer money. So basically, we are fueling corruption right now. This is what's going on. The Liberals are so corrupt, they try to cover it up because they know they are making money off the taxpayer through Stellantis. It's disgusting. And again, most of the Liberals, they won't see that because they watch CBC and all of the other propaganda junk that's far left that wants to protect the government because they are not journalists.
Federal CIF, and then contributions from the provinces on page 19 and page 20, all of the provincial envelopes, funding envelopes, are redacted. How's that commercially sensitive? These are publicly available funding from the province.
Yeah. So my understanding in terms of what was redacted and not redacted is I think the amounts for all these funding envelopes were released. And what's
the amounts are there, but the actual programs where the monies are coming from are redacted. But these are public programs.
I'm not gonna. Let me say this: the problem with government, and this is the issue. Like since in the U.S. we had a court decision that allowed corporations to donate to political candidates no matter what. I forget the case. It's totally, but like it's a major case that allowed corporations and to do this as well as
stupid.
They basically could do it. Now the thing is, people ask, who were these corporations? Some were anonymous, right? Like, and in this case. In later cases, we'll find where, this, like there was, I think it was like I forget what social media app she sold it off. A Democrat, like, was the head of it, like, sold it off. It's like, but this is, we're going to be, Zoom. It was Zoom. I think Zoom was like, but all government people need to use Zoom. Okay. So someone's clearly getting paid off. And if it's public funds, it should be public. So
that would be available in estimates and other things.
I agree.
So,
it should be
like,
public,
why would
but they try to not
the
make it
programs be
public
redacted?
because they cover
What's the
up
like?
and they are corrupt.
I don't understand. You said it's about being commercially sensitive. It seems to me it's inconsistent.
You don't want it to the public.
Yeah, please, Denis.
Okay. I can answer this. The redactions for the provincial breakdown of the contribution. It's not the title of the programs, but more about the locations of where that contribution will be dispersed. So which projects at which location will where the disbursement will happen.
So where the money's going is confidential. Is a commercially sensitive. You determined to be commercially sensitive, confidential information.
That is what through consultation.
But these are the hearings
And
that matter.
is that what the company requested? They requested that be confidential?
Yeah, we.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is the process that you go through, the company says we want all of these things redacted and you say yes? Or you say no, that's clearly not commercially sensitive and therefore we're not going to redact it. I guess what I'm asking is, do you have discretion internally to determine what was redacted for the committee, or was this just whatever Stellantis or which other company said, we consider this commercially sensitive, therefore it needs to be redacted?
Insert company here.
I guess what I can answer is that, it's a back and forth discussion we have with companies on a case by case basis.
I'm laughing because
and we play a challenge function in terms of what a company requests to be redacted or not. And we have always in the past, and including in this case, found a reasonable landing ground in terms of what's redacted and what's not redacted.
And how many people in your department have access to these documents to determine the redactions, and what are their levels in the department?
Well, I have, in this specific case, I have the people beside me that were involved in those discussions.
That's it. No one else in the department. No one else had access to these documents than the 4 people sitting here today?
Access to the contribution agreement?
Yeah, the contribution agreement, the unredacted contribution agreement to determine the redactions.
So
Quick answer, please.
There would be officers.
By the way, no one else, that includes our Minister of Industry, Melanie Joly. So she doesn't know what's in the document. And that's her case. That's her file.
So you're telling me you got people authorizing a budget and payola, basically. And so if public funds, right? So let's say like what we were finding out with USAID, like go back all the way to the Obama years. And I say this a lot because what's funny is it does. Obama was using federal money to prop up organizations to help movements grow for like gay, lesbian, stuff like that, all the way to gaming journalist websites, all the way to journalist websites and blogger sites like that have been shut down over the years. Trump comes in, removes the USAID. These funds start drying up. And as they dry up, these things go out of business. Now, we get told that the government funding and other people weren't making money off of this stuff. There was no laundering. There was no mysterious budgets. Yet, it was all private investment. Now, what's funny is when you ask and you dig into finances on who pays what to people, like if it's PBS, which is our version of public broadcasting, or NPR, and they're just getting funding from something, or a corporation is giving funding or benefits from being attached to a government contract, yeah. Again, and it's like, oh, I'm presenting this as, oh, it's nothing wrong, nothing to see here, but it's just a bunch of pages of redacted information and payment amounts.
departments within the program that were involved in the negotiation and the development of these documents who would see those documents, yes. So there is a team within the department that works on all of our contribution agreements. But those are treated commercially confidential, and we don't share that information outside of the department without the consent of the company.
Could you please describe the details of the Strategic Innovation Fund, as it's historically been called, and why it was created? What's its intended purpose?
Great. So thank you for that question. So I may get corrected on this, but I think it was created in 2017. And at the time previous to that, the funding by the Department of Industry, which was at the time, was really focused on very specific sectors, so the automotive and aerospace sectors in particular. And there was a perspective that we were losing out on some very interesting investments that were taking place in other sectors of the economy. So at the end of the day, there was a decision that was made to really have a fund that would be able to capture broader, attractive investments that Canada wants to have, including automotive and aerospace, but actually broadening out in terms of other sectors. And since that time, there's been, I don't have the exact number, but I think there's been 152 projects that have been undertaken under the SIF and now what's called the Strategic Response Fund. There was just over $11 billion that federally that have been invested under that program, and that's for what we think is about just over $75 billion of economic activity in Canada based on those investments. The investments are pretty broad in terms of the sector. So I mentioned automotive and aerospace, but we also have biomanufacturing and life sciences has been a very important recipient, a sector, steel, aluminum, and heavy industries, which at this time, under the tariff threats from the U.S., is all the more important. Digital and emerging technologies, clean technology, critical minerals, artificial intelligence. So you really have an ability to capture the right investments. And the broader context is that other jurisdictions are also trying to create a policy space and a financial attractiveness space. We're trying to attract these same investments. So we are, at the end of the day, trying to attract those investments in Canada with the tremendous benefit. And by and large, provinces typically also support financially these investments. So at the end of the day, there's a recognition by both levels of government the importance of attracting these. Maybe just going back to just a point on redactions of documents, just to be clear as well, is that one of the reasons we also feel it's important to have some redactions is there are sometimes some elements in these agreements that we'd rather not have competing jurisdictions have full understanding of. So that we're able to leverage those investments as the best possible. So just as other jurisdictions do, we do think there's a moments in time when it's better not to release the full information from those agreements.
Cover up.
No, that is just a lot of word salad to
tell you I'm not providing you the information you're asking.
That's part of it. There's also the thing of, if you want this contract to see it fully and read it, you got to go through a document. But it's the public statement. Publicly, we did not know there was any corruption involved or any payola involved. So, and there's a part of it where I start tuning out, it's kind of like, there's a part of the speaking is, yeah, there might be that, and what's redacted, et cetera, but it's literally, he's also filibustering time, so it goes by faster, but he also knows it's miserable hell. So.
That's hilarious. And by the way, that guy is right now in government. Oh, that's sickening. I don't understand the Liberals the way they vote. They don't follow politics. Like they don't. I'm sorry, but like if you watch that kind of committee where they're getting shredded to parts and you still want to vote for them, I think you're lost. I think you don't cast your vote like on a clever way. It's tragic, really. Are you sure it's December 4th?
Yeah, that's the 4th. You already probably played it, Multi.
Canadians deserve
So that means you didn't.
nutritive food.
Yeah,
we should be.
We covered the 4th one, so we you didn't showcase.
We already did the 2nd or 3rd.
When?
Because you said the 4th was already up there, that it's Stellius No Fury. Then there's the December 5th one. The only one I haven't said is like the zero.
Because I look at the timestamp and I thought we did the December 2nd and 3rd, but apparently we did 4th and 5th, but we didn't do 2nd and 3rd.
First one too.
Yeah, we did the first one.
Because this is the only one. That's like the last one on your list right there.
But
what question period did we go over? Did you?
We covered 4th and 5th because the two you just broadcast were 4 and 5.
Yeah.
But we didn't cover the second and the 3rd one.
Hold on.
That's the 2nd and the 3rd one we didn't cover then.
There's the 2nd one right there.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's bad enough that this Prime Minister has appointed a minister from the Trudeau years who ruined our immigration system and increased the cost.
I think that was the first. I think that was December 1st. That one. So
I have the 2nd and the 3rd.
Actually, I will look into which one.
Because the first one I put up the 2nd and the 3rd.
So bring 1, 2, 3 right now.
What? Just 3?
1, 2, 3. Oh, 1, 2, 3. I want to see which one.
One. I'll put them in order. 2, and then there's 3. 1, 2, 3. In that order. Sorry.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians should be able to eat their fill, but
we
the
covered that one.
Observation authority said that food is.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's bad enough that this Prime Minister has appointed a minister from the Trudeau years who ruined our immigration system and increased the cost of living.
That
but
translator's
this
terrible.
This morning, the one responsible for heritage, says that he's had it. Says that he has had it with the decline of the French language. We're not fed up with it. We want to
Actually,
defend
we covered
the French
that
language.
one. Now I remember it.
Yeah, I was like, we've covered that.
Oral questions, questions orales,
3.
the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I should think it's 4 or 5.
The Minister of Heritage is fed up, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians are fed up as well.
You know what? This is one of the two that we needed to cover. So
we're missing one. I know.
Bring 4 and 5.
That's 4, 5.
I think it's 5, the one we didn't cover
4
yet.
and 5. 5 is
Oral questions, questions orales. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Yeah, so we've seen that one actually. So that's the last 2 we need to cover are these 2 then. This one and this one.
Questions orales. The honourable leader of the office.
So these are the last 2. So okay, perfect.
16,800 on groceries every year. Fed up with paying 51% more on groceries.
There we go.
Fed up with paying 30% more on beef. Fed up with paying 21% more for whole chickens. Mr. Speaker, how many people will this Prime Minister force to the food bank before he too gets fed up? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that inflation in Canada is lower. It's 2.2%, according to the Consumer Price Index. Second thing, I am proud of that salaries are on the rise. 3.2% higher. We are making progress. Joblessness is down. The economy is growing.
We need to debunk these lies. First of all, sometimes when inflation is down, it's because you went so high, it's hard to top. So it's not a good sign. Second, if jobs were better paid, people wouldn't be fleeing the way they do. And third, well, job increase, they manipulate the numbers right now. Because what is increasing is the part-time one for the holidays. Because we got holiday time and they need more staff. But trust me, in January or February, these jobs will drop like flies. Our economy will suffer because Carney is terrible.
Life is good. There you have it. He's happy with grocery prices. According to a report on food prices in Canada, when this Liberal government took power, it cost $8,300 per year for an average family to purchase groceries. Now it costs $16,800. Grocery prices doubled due to the inflation driving taxes and deficits that have driven up the price of everything. The Prime Minister promised that he could be judged by grocery prices. So, how much will it cost to eat in 2026? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I fully understand why the opposition leader is ignoring the fact that this is a new Canadian government, one that has created the strongest economy in the G7. That's the truth. That's what the numbers show. That is the future of our great country.
This is a stupid slogan, and I thought the Liberals hated slogan.
They need slogans. What are you talking about? They had to have slogans. Well, God, slogans are what they do.
They were criticizing Pierre Poilievre for only having slogans.
Yeah.
But now they do it the exact same.
Okay, the thing is, if it's their slogans and them being this way, it's a different story. Because what's funny is Democrats and progressives, this is where conservatives have always fucked up in the United States, the conservative movement. They can't create a slogan that works. Think of it this way. Let's go back to something you may know. Me Too. Hashtag Me Too. That was uninvented. Take a catchy thing. Let's better say do this. Free Palestine, whatever else. They take and hashtag it, or they try to make it a thing. It starts from a think tank who says this is going to get engagement, and then it goes from there. So liberals and slogans go hand in hand. Don't let that fool you.
And taxes on farm
Marketing.
equipment, fertilizer, food processors have all exploded the cost of food. Tomorrow, that same report will be released projecting the cost for next year. Given the Prime Minister has promised to be judged by the prices at the grocery store, how much will Canadians have to spend on groceries to survive next year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's get our numbers straight. The Canadian economy is the strongest growing economy in the G7, 2.6% annually. Canadian wages are growing.
No, that's just something he needs. He repeats this too much for it not to be not real.
2.2%. Unemployment is down. Wages are up. The land is strong. We're moving forward.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, as you walk down the grocery aisle, watching the prices rise before your eyes, know that the Prime Minister, who stashes his cash in a tax haven, says that you've never had it so good. You, the Canadian people who have seen your grocery bills literally double under this government, from $8,300 to $16,800 in a decade.
Shameful.
Tomorrow, we will find out in the Canada Food Price Report how much groceries will cost an average family next year. Given the Prime Minister has promised to be judged on the price of groceries, will he tell Canadian families how much they'll have to pay to survive?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what this government is happy to tell Canadian families is we cut their taxes for 22 million Canadians. We cut the taxes on
and a result of maybe $400 a year for a family of 4.
We are investing a budget which the Leader of the Opposition and the members opposite voted against. A budget that is going to cause $1 trillion of investment in this country over the next 5 years, grow jobs, grow futures for Canada. We believe in Canada. Come join us.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We voted against this Prime Minister doubling Justin Trudeau's deficit, which will drive up groceries even more. And what's he spending the money on? On corporate bailouts for companies that ship jobs out of Canada. The Prime Minister promised he would negotiate a win and have a deal by July 21st. Still no win, still no deal, still no elbows. And now 1,000 workers at Algoma Steel are losing their jobs. We now learn that the Prime Minister gave $400 million to the corporate executives of that company without any job guarantees. How is it the Prime Minister could have been so incompetent to saddle Canadians who can't afford to pay their bills with a $400 million bailout bill without any guarantee of jobs staying in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime
Minister. Mr. Speaker, these are difficult times in Sault Ste. Marie, and our hearts go to the families. But as I quote the CEO of Algoma Steel, that there would be an even darker day if this government hadn't acted. Exactly. That loan, that support, saved 2/3 of those jobs. That loan, that support gives Algoma a bridge to the future that we are building strong in this country and that they voted against.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
As long as the CEO is happy with the $400 million gift he got from the Prime Minister, that's all that matters to these Liberals. He didn't give the workers a bridge to the future, he gave them a bridge to the unemployment lines, 1,000 of them. 1/3 of the workers at Algoma in Sault Ste. Marie have now lost their jobs after the Prime Minister paid to have those jobs shipped abroad. How is it that he could have been so irresponsible with the money of hardworking Canadians that he would pay a corporate CEO $400 million to send 1,000 jobs south?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, may I quote a Conservative leader that's actually in office? The Premier of Ontario. We had a choice.
The Premier of Ontario is very liberal. He is only Conservative by name. It's kind of hilarious. He's being quoted, and he is the #1 fangirl of Mark Carney.
So we had a choice. Save 2/3 of the jobs or let the company go down. We chose the future. We chose the future for Algoma Steel so they can invest in the future, so we can buy Canadian, so we can build this country. They had an opportunity to vote for that future. They voted against it. It's good that we're here.
Well, now I'll move forward. I think at some point he's getting roasted and he leaves.
The problem with Carney and them, they're going to say, well, there's nothing to see
He
here.
might have a chance to run for election again. People voted in the Liberals with the climate pieces they did. Honorable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
We're getting closer to the moment where Carney is fleeing.
If the Prime Minister keeps behaving like an autocrat, he might have a chance to run for election again. People voted in the Liberals
That's what they do
with
best.
the climate in mind. They also voted in the government with trade negotiations in mind, and the Prime Minister is neglecting both of these files. He is not doing what he said he would, and he is doing what he said he would not.
What do about it?
Why doesn't he listen to his former minister? Mr. Speaker, I am continuing to work towards our climate goals because we need major investments, not just rules. We need investment in clean electricity in Quebec, in nuclear power in Alberta and Ontario.
Okay.
We need
sounds good.
Investment in carbon capture. We will get all of this done. The honourable member.
How do you improve carbon capture,
Mr. Speaker? The Prime Minister seems to think that nuclear energy is clean energy.
No, I just do.
This is the Prime Minister who is getting rid of the emissions cap, including for the production of electricity.
Siphon the
voters,
green
it's hard
freak
to get
from
them
Quebec.
back.
Take them back.
For his own good, then, will the Prime Minister give up his oil agenda, restore his climate agenda, and start caring about Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will strengthen our climate agenda. We have only begun to invest in the sector. For example, in the budget, there are $4 billion invested in Hydro-Quebec and clean electricity through investment tax credits. And that is only the start of a major project.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Liberals love to give corporate bailouts and handouts to companies that ship jobs out of our country. Now we learn the Liberal government has pledged...
Yeah, let me say this. Long. The funny thing about what the block person's asking, he's literally telling him. So there is a hypocrisy or / issue that a lot of green agendas run into. Carney's being honest about trying to get into nuclear power, where he knows it's going to work in certain areas better. It's like he's going to push forth the pipeline maybe to enrich himself a little bit, but at the same time, also a way to get oil, because he's honest that oil cannot be entirely cut out. Then you have the weird green freaks, as we know them, get said. They have this problem that they think you can cut out all other sources of power and go carbon free. Most of the accords, what was it, like the Kyoto Accords, and then there was the Paris Accords. The reason why Trump got out of that, like the Paris Accords, was because they were bullshit and hurting industries or other things. And plus, we already have industry standards where clean energy, cleaner carbon emissions were a thing, because that falls under environmental, and that's entirely normal.
We have the same thing here.
Like, you already have...
We are very green here.
You already have...
oil. We have the cleanest oil.
Well, what's funny is the reason why they wanted Elon's battery plant out where you were, because what's funny is Teslas used to be manufactured or have a lot of batteries. There was a Canadian plant. The thing is, to make electric batteries for cars, basically caused lead contamination 3 or 4 miles out from that plant. So Canada, I think as of a year or so ago, like he was starting to support Trump and everything, and they were like done with it. But there was also some eco freaks up there that were like, this plant needs to go. And then Elon said, okay, screw it. You don't like this plant? I'll close it and do something else elsewhere. Because
$15 billion or $1,000 for every tax-paying family in Canada, people who can't afford food, to Stellantis. And Mr. Speaker, investment is fleeing this country almost as fast as the Prime Minister is running out the back door of Parliament right now. Why won't he?
You're stacking up this thing in the middle of Pierre Poilievre's question.
The honourable member knows.
He fled offside.
That's offside. The honourable member
that's
knows.
the problem. The man doesn't understand PR. He just doesn't understand PR.
That was offside.
He needs to stop. It's like
we're going to have to go to the next question, which is also that of the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister gets angry and runs out the door rather than answering the questions about the cost.
this is just the look you don't want. This is the. As I said, even if he was in the right, he needs to understand his PR
for every
shit.
tax-paying family to a company that is shipping jobs out of the country. Why is he sending our dollars away, our jobs away, while he runs away?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
By the way, he's a good, he's a really good, like for his side, like he's a good rah-rah man, basically. He's a good speaker for riling them up. He also has those true believer eyes, by the way, too. So I was talking about those kind of eyes that look blank and soulless. Yes, that's your typical liberal person. They exist.
The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister can't stand up for workers if he can't even stand up in the House of Commons. And that Finance Minister is the one that signed the sweetheart $15 billion subsidy deal.
I've got company here. Just do the job. I've got company. I didn't hear the beginning of the question. The member did lose one question, but I'd like him to start from the top on that one.
The Minister cannot stand up for workers if he cannot even stand up and answer my questions, Mr. Speaker. And that Finance Minister is not stood up for workers either. He signed a $15 billion sweetheart subsidy deal with Stellantis. And now, that same company, taking our tax dollars, the equivalent of $1,000 for every family in Canada, is shipping the jobs to the United States of America. The current industry minister says she has not even read the $15 billion contract. Has the Prime Minister even read the contract, or did he simply look at the $15 billion deal and say, who cares?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians who are watching at home are looking at someone whose only deed is ever made was to come to this House, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we have always stood to make sure we will build this country. We will attract investment, Mr. Speaker. He should be ashamed. Ask Canadian, when is the last deal he brought in this country, Mr. Speaker? Ask him when he created one job in his country apart his own job, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we will always
Unfortunately, this is a good gotcha. But it's going to suck if he ever gets in there and he actually creates jobs.
We're going to fight, Mr. Speaker, every single day for Canada.
Wait and see. He has an answer.
The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You're going to go and report to the Prime Minister to the Witness Protection Program because he refuses to stand in this House and answer about his government's expenditure of $15 billion, $1,000 for every Canadian family to one company, supposedly to create jobs. That same company now ships those jobs south of the border, and the government is covering up the contract. Yesterday, we learned from the company that they don't have any reason to retract the contract. So why doesn't the government release the full details of the contract so that Canadians can find out how badly the Prime Minister ripped them off?
The
thing is, you
Honourable
want
Minister of Industry.
the thing is, you want honesty.
Points first, he should ask the member from Windsor-Tecumseh
Yeah,
from
like the
his
answer.
side of the House whether she agrees with what he says regarding the Stellantis workers in Windsor.
You got caught.
When it comes to the documents, the committee members will have access to all the documents. That's a moot question. That's right. Third, when it comes to what is happening with Stellantis at Brampton, we had a contract. They broke the contract. Stellantis.
She didn't read it, so for her to say they broke it, that's ridiculous.
3 points, Mr. Speaker, about this $15 billion bailout and handout. She didn't read the contract, she didn't read the contract, and she didn't read the contract.
Well, here's the problem. That contract's not
How could she
complex.
possibly claim she's going to get the money back when she doesn't
But then
know
again,
what
do
legal
all
powers are in the
politicians
contract?
read
Because
all the
she
bills
admits
they read?
She
They
didn't read the
pass.
contract, Mr. Speaker. So my question to her, as families are lining up at food banks because they can't afford food, how does she justify charging every single household $1,000 for a handout to a company shipping jobs south of the border?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, I didn't admit that. Second, I read the contract. And third, the committee members will have all the details.
I doubt they would.
That being said,
Politicians very rarely read the documents they fucking pass. They read.
the workers are affected.
Even Santos said she didn't read it.
This is not just a thing. You're talking like you got to vote on a bill and there's 3,000 pages. Do you think the fucking senator or congressperson read it? You have an aide who gives you cliff notes.
Nutritive food, nutritious food that's affordable and excellent. But unfortunately, this isn't the case after 10 years of these Liberals. Let's look at today's facts that have come to light. The Canada Food Price Report expects a family of four to spend up to $17,600 more, an increase of $995 a year, almost a double since the Liberals came to power. When will the Liberals abolish the tax and the inflationary spending that are driving up grocery prices? The honourable member. First, Mr. Speaker, the industrial carbon price does not apply to farmers. So they are taking imaginary cases that don't apply here. But if they want to talk about the food price report that was published today, what they said was that what will apply and that will have a cost on the price of groceries is climate change. I'd like to know if they're ready to fight against climate change. That party doesn't have a plan, and they're fighting against Canada and not against climate change.
I just realized we covered that one. So, you know what? I give up. I don't know which one we missed. Let's get into the final reaction for today.
It is distasteful for the member to say what he just put on the record, and we would ask that he withdraw the comments and apologize.
And resign.
Happy Saturday, folks. Hope you're doing well. We have got some stuff to cover today. When you're going through the week, you're kind of trying to chase the news cycle as best you can, and there's things that happen that you just can't cover that you can cover on a weekend like this that is worth covering. However, sometimes it just doesn't fit into the flow of what's happening during the week. So that's what we're going to do today. And that's the fact that The debate over Bill C-9 on Thursday was wild. You only had a handful of members in the chamber discussing, going over these matters, but man, it got personal very quickly. You've probably seen clips on social media at this point about the whole thing. However, we're going to get into the clips, the response, what this means for us, what this means for Bill C-9, and how you're seeing politicians in this country who legitimately care about this stuff, who legitimately are concerned about this Liberal Party's been doing, and is taking them to task over it, and they don't like it. How dare you ever speak to the ruling party that way, peasant? That is the mentality that Mr. Mark Gerritsen took, and we'll be covering.
And it's kind of hilarious because he tried to discredit the opposition, and the opposition is the one power that actually keeps you in check. So it's really disgusting.
Covering all of it. Welcome to the Elevate Podcast. I'm your host, Josh. Getting value from today's episode, take the time to like, share, and subscribe. It helps us to grow. It helps us get to new audiences. And it helps people see there is something different than what the mainstream media has to offer. And now let's get our first story, shall we? So, Mr. Mark Gerritsen gets on his soapbox in the House of Commons over this debate of Bill C-9 and really starts whining and crying about the fact that the Conservatives are just not the Conservatives of prior years. They're different. They are nasty. They cannot be trusted.
It's kind of funny coming from a party that has so many scandals. 15 scandals in 10 years. That means 1.5 scandal a year. And now we got probably the 16th one with Stellantis. So it's really a low blow when the person that criticizes you for being a certain way is the exact same. It's so hypocrite. Anyway, let's play more of that.
Just keep bringing toxic politics into the House of Commons, and it goes on and on and on and on. I'll let him talk here for the 2 minutes of him crying about this, if you can stand it, and then we'll break down exactly what this all means and what he's trying to get at.
That's what happened in this house. It's theater to them. It's theater to them. They don't understand what their role is in this house. They think their role is to obstruct and to stop at every possible opportunity.
You see, this guy speaks right now to the Liberal base, which makes sense. That's his base, but it's not how you will reach out to the other aisle. Because let's be honest, I will repeat myself. The Conservative are the wall. The Conservative keep the power in check right now because it's a minority government. Without the Conservative, we would have censorship right now. We would be as bad as the UK. We are not, because the Conservatives stand up. So they don't like it when people stand up. That's the post-liberal era. That's like the modern liberal, like the liberal you mentioned. The new flavor of liberalism there is late stage liberalism. I think that's the word I was searching for, but it's disgusting. I cannot stand the liberals at all.
Anything that the government does. That's not their role, Mr. Speaker. Their role is to encourage people to make better legislation. I gave a speech on this once not that long ago, Mr. Speaker. I gave a speech on this, and I talked, at the end of my speech, I gave the last 3 or 4 minutes talking about how these Conservatives are nothing like Flora MacDonald that came from my riding, are nothing like Brian Mulroney. I laid it out there and told them what I thought of them.
You know what? Brian Mulroney was pro-life. The modern Conservative aren't. There are MPs that are pro-life, but the party doesn't brand itself. The leader doesn't brand itself that way. So yes, it's not the same. They needed to adapt and change. And now the Liberal right now are not the same as Chrétien era, which is the late 90s. They changed. Everyone changed. Every party changes. People go to other eras. This is how it goes. So for them to say it's not the Brian Mulroney era, I can't say the same about the Liberal. It's not Jean Chrétien era right now. Anyway, let's play more of that.
You know what showed up? You know what showed up in my constituency office 2 days later? A portrait of Brian Mulroney. And he said, Mark, keep giving those speeches, Brian. This is not the Conservative Party that existed when our parents were heavily involved in politics. This is an extension much further right than the Reform Party, and you need not look at...
Right now, the Liberals are much far left than they used to be. So it's ironic. It's irony. It's hypocrisy. Hopefully, deep down he knows it. He just cannot say it. But it's disgusting.
I mean, the fact if you're thinking your parties shift. So if you take into account parties shift over time. As I said, the liberal, like as I told you, when I use the term neoliberals or those are very different. Those are not liked by the progressive left. But progressivism works out of both parties, left or right. The thing is, you act like conservatives are always there. Because I hear, in the US, we'll hear the term neocon. Oh, you're a neocon because you want this. Like, bro, neocons haven't existed for easily as a major power for 10, 15 years. They were late stage Gingrich era, but all the Democrats go, oh, you just want these war hawk policies, et cetera, and it's like, you're just scaremongering everybody. You're not really doing it because you can't really, I mean, granted, unlike liberal movements, which is strange, liberals and progressives moved closer together. Conservatives changed over time because in the US, neocons became a dirty word, and we learned from the last era. Now, did it create an entire potential generation of conservatives in the US that are like the reason why, like the Mitch McConnells, people hated them? Possibly. And that's how you get rise to the, like, I would say far left MAGA people. Because, like, MAGA people at heart are really the disinfected Tea Party folks combined with neocon leftovers with a little bit of people who are also independent libertarian leaning that are conservative. It sounds really big. But, like, you can't... Politics has to evolve with the times. Like, everyone thinks Lincoln was the first Republican. No, Lincoln was still a Whig. For God's sakes. The Republican Party didn't come along till later on. In about
much more than what we've heard in this House today for support on that. Yeah. It's the reality of what we're dealing with. So we don't...
So, you know, he goes on his old soapbox there, of course, right? I got a signed portrait from Brian Mulrooney saying, please keep giving those speeches. Okay. And? So what? I'd love to know what Ben thinks of you. That's what I'd be curious about that. I'd like to know what Caroline Mulrooney thinks of you. Love to know what the kids think of you guys. Okay, Brian Mulrooney gave you a signed poster. Okay, whatever. What is that even supposed to mean? What's he even getting at? Who knows? However, you took it as, well, he is the man and agrees with me. Maybe he did. Who cares at this point? Because I'll give you some stats of my own. You know, anecdotal, but it's interesting. How about the fact that my nonna, Italian through and through, my family, that lineage, voted liberal for 3 generations. 3 generations, because liberal gave me a job. They turned conservative in the last 10 years. Huh, interesting. The other side of my family, my grandmother,
3rd generation.
Heavy, bleeding heart, orange, NDP, turned conservative in the past 3 years. So what do you say to them, Mr. Gerritsen? I'm curious. Is it all the conservatives' fault? They're not the same party. Or is it the fact that your party's gone so far left that everyone to the right of you is far right?
So here's a funny thing, Multi.
It's a fact.
Here's the thing. A lot of liberals don't realize. So you remember I talked about progressives? Progressives work is a movement. So the 1800s, it was under the Napoleonic First era, like after the American Revolution, that period, the French Revolution, etc. After the American Revolution happened and into the early, so you can arguably say till about the 1840s, there was a lot of progressive politics. In the 1900s, it started off with Teddy Roosevelt. Then it went kind of all the way through FDR, but largely through. But it also gave rise last century to socialism, Marxism, communism, etc., and to Nazis. Now, what's funny about that is these same types resurge themselves. They go through this dormant period like It. You know, like the creature It. They go into dormancy and then they come back out. It takes them about 60 to 70 years. But this century, they align themselves coming out with the far left or the liberal side. They were the ones pushing for it. Now, we warned them that these people were insane. They wanted the QI. I literally told people, would say to a liberal person, they go, you don't like LGBTQ people. And I'm like, I don't mind them. It's the QIA plus that I worry about. And they're going to hijack your party. They're going to tell you a man is a woman. And then eventually they're going to push you guys out and push you towards a slippery cliff. There is no slippery slope. There is a cliff.
It's going on here right now.
And did you see it?
I will also say this, Dragon. I said it in several podcasts, but now it's relevant. My grandma is almost 80, and she was a liberal her entire life. She voted a few times Bloc, NDP, but liberals mostly. And for the first time in her life, almost 80, she voted conservative in the last election.
You have shit.
Yeah.
No,
My mother was a liberal her entire life. And guess what? She shifted conservative last election. So my mother is sexist. My grandmother is sexist. It's hilarious.
So
I
here's
cannot take them seriously.
Here's the thing. They don't realize in the U.S., let's see what we're finding out here when they did their politics shift here. Like, the midterms are coming up for the Democrats. In all polls, what's interesting, the leading thing that hurt the Democrats, unironically, was their support and them. So when you look at first they got rid of the white male voter. Then they started pandering to minorities for the white male voter. Then another election, they pushed harder into quote unquote brown people like Mandani's type. Like they find that supports aren't there. And in the post polls, all the far left progressive, like they embraced Black Lives Matter, they embraced Antifa. And then that's when the people, about a couple of years later, pushed the QIA agenda of the LGBT, isolated the gays, lesbians, and bi, went with those people, and then in all the exit polling is telling the Democrats, stop, you're going too far left. So basically, anything, I'll joke about this, anybody to the right of Bernie Sanders to certain people is a Nazi. There is no longer, according to liberal people, certain liberal types, moderate left,
maybe
independent,
just maybe,
or
and maybe as well. I'll give it to you. And the Conservatives have, they've changed their tune on a few things.
Yes,
they're not as moderate, at least in the Canadian context, as they once were. They're actually starting to double down on principle more than they have in the past. And maybe that's because of a reaction to what you're doing. If your party operated in good faith, if your party stayed in the center left as it should have done, this reaction wouldn't be necessary.
Classical liberals.
But now it is.
Good luck.
So you can cry and whine, but that happened yesteryear. I would miss the old days. No. You're mad that you don't have someone to run over. That's the issue. That's what you're mad about. You stack the Senate, you stack the media to make sure they speak very favorable to anything you do. You even have senators in the Canadian Senate who are appealing and fighting for foreign entities, such as the United Front, in our Senate. And you don't seem to care about that so much. As long as they do your bidding, as long as they hold your water, as long as the media does what they need to do. I know you're not used to any type of actual friction, any type of actual tension of people pushing against your ideas. I know it's a little new to you because you've bought off every other piece of influence and institutions in this country.
And they want to censor people, but hey, that's what's going on.
No, I know that's a little different for you to have someone to actually now say, you're wrong on this. What you're trying to do with Bill C-9 is trash. I know that's a little tough for you to really handle, but guess what? It's not changing. We saw Michelle Rempel-Garner did this on Thursday. Yeah, did this on Thursday night as well, where the Liberal chair made sure to read a speech at the beginning saying, we have to really be cautious of what we're doing. Be cautious with our words. Be cautious what we clip out and share on the social media outside of this committee. And Michelle said, okay, guess what? Don't care. Shut up. We are not going to stop talking about this. We're not going to continue. We're not going to stop shining light on these issues. And if you don't like that, too bad. Don't care. And she doubled down on it in this tweet. Says, yeah, they thought we just cower and let them silence us. But guess what? They're wrong. So Michelle Rempel-Garner is really making noise, has been making noise, right? And as well as you saw Gerritsen freaking out over this and talking about this in the House of Commons, well, Jamil Jivani had some very pointed words in that exact same debate directed at the Liberals and what they're doing with Bill C-9. And man, they really didn't like this, but listen to him lay down the law.
For over a decade and tried their very best to exercise influence over every institution in this country. They've abused the power of the federal government to impose their values, beliefs, and practices on as many institutions in our country as they possibly can. And today, we see evidence that they, through Bill C-9 and the Liberal effort to amend Bill C-9, an effort to exercise that cultural imperialism over churches, mosques, and synagogues. I've provided an academic definition for cultural imperialism, but I would also like to provide a pop culture reference. The hit song from last year, Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us, he uses some language to describe colonial thinking in his diss track to Drake. He says, and I quote, "You not a colleague, you a colonizer." And that, Mr. Speaker, is precisely what the Liberal Party is attempting to do to Christians, Muslims, and Jews in this country. Liberals are not treating the diverse communities of our country with any degree of respect. They are not treating them like colleagues to listen to them and work with them and respect their traditions and their faiths. Instead, they are behaving like colonizers, attempting to abuse state power to exercise undue influence by attempting to criminalize things that families in this country have believed in since the very founding of this nation by the English and the French. Now, they will, of course, as they have throughout this morning and this afternoon, made efforts to characterize our concerns over this legislation as theatrics. But I bring it back to what was said, the actual language used by the now Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture, who was promoted, Mr. Speaker, by the Prime Minister after he made these comments. As chair of the Justice Committee on October 30th, he said that 3 books of the Bible, Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and Romans, are hateful. He used the language of hate to describe verses in the Bible that people have prayed over, they have read to their children, they have shared in communities all across this country for a very long time. And the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that the Liberal Party pretends, and I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, pretends to care about, enshrines the right to religious freedom precisely as a sign of respect for the fact that there are things the government should not have its fingerprints on. The government should not be making its way into churches, mosques, and synagogues in an effort to bring liberal values and use the criminal justice system to enforce liberal values on the private religious lives of Canadian citizens. But that is precisely what a colonizer would do. That is precisely what a cultural imperialist would do. It would look at churches, mosques, and synagogues and say, how can the federal government get their way in there? And it is wrong. It is unethical, and it is against the traditions.
So, obviously, he uses some very pointed language and very heavy language, using terms like...
That was very based. Jamil Devani is a great MP for the Conservative. I enjoy him. Like, every bit of what he is saying, I like it.
Colonizer and cultural imperialist, which was an interesting move on his part, because those are all terms very well known with this far left liberal party that they've used for the past 10 years to put conservatives into a box, anyone who opposes them into a corner, making sure that they shut up and stop talking. He used that strategy back onto them in this situation, and well, it wasn't well received. Mr. Gerritsen took personal offense to it, saying, "You don't know me. You don't know what I'm about. How dare you? How dare you?" And I'll just play the first 30 seconds of what he said in response to this, because he was very mad that Jamil even went down this path.
The member from Bowmanville North made a comment earlier. He made a comment about my faith. He made a comment about liberals writ large. He made a comment about liberals' approach to religious freedom and those that practice freedom. That member knows nothing about me. That member does not know where I was baptized, does not know what school I attended. He knows nothing about where I was married or the advice that from time to time I seek from my pastor. He knows nothing about that. He knows nothing about the school that my children go to and the religious teachings that they receive there. And you know why he knows nothing about that, Mr. Speaker? Because it's my choice. It's my faith. I keep my faith to myself because it guides me personally. I don't bring it in here and weaponize it like conservatives do, like that member does when he does his Restore the North tour of going around the country, trying to stoke fear and division amongst communities.
Stuff that the liberals are actively doing for years now.
Community members, because he knows that he'll be successful at it and he can continue to grow that alt-right base that we see on the other side of the aisle. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. I have no interest in coming into this place and divulging to everybody here what my religious beliefs are or how I practice faith, because our system is designed to specifically not allow that to be part of the debate in here, regardless of the fact that the conservatives routinely try to bring that up in here.
So he sits there and cries about, "You don't know me. You don't know what I've done," because that's why I don't make a point to bring it into this. I don't make a point to talk about it. Okay, well, that's really funny because that is in direct conflict and contrast to what the scriptures you claim to know say. Because I believe the scriptures teach that based on how you live and the fruits of what you provide are how people will know that you follow Jesus. And if people don't know you follow God by how you act, that's actually an indictment of your faith, if I'm being quite honest with you.
Actually,
and I just thought I wanted to do a kind of since you want to bring us.
Hold on a sec. I'll say this. You know what's funny about that farce guy? Because I had to go. Like, I heard most of it that I had to walk. The colonialization issue has been a liberal talking point for an entire generation kind of thing, because they feel that it destroyed, like, they actually believe, like, Africa and other places that were like, there's literally people who believe Africa was like Wakanda. And then the evil Europeans came in and took everything from them. The Chinese took everything from them, etc., etc. But it's weird that, yeah, colonialism had its downsides, but there are places like India, parts of Africa that we're doing better. So much so, the Chinese have gone in there, given these people equipment, and go, these European people provided you with all this advanced farming equipment, and then they have to keep them from stripping down the place. But liberals in the West do not understand what's been happening to globally for a long time. And the idea is decolonialization, right? Like when the British left India, it started sliding downhill. Now, they don't teach this.
And we will play more of that because it's getting late. And
you got late.
Faith into the issue. I just had to bring that up. And I found that very interesting because I think Mark Garretson is one of the more despicable politicians in the House of Commons. Before he became a party whip, during the Trudeau era, he was very nasty online, said very nasty things about the opposition.
I'm shocked.
Really he's just not a good person. He claims to be. Now he's using his faith as a shield. Which, quite frankly, anyone who knows me, I hate when people do this on the right wing and the left wing. Really, anyone who does that, I think, is disingenuous. However, I don't want to get that to be the focus right now. I just love the fact that he lost his mind over the fact that, Jamel's like, okay, you don't like that I called this out. You don't like that I'm calling out what you guys are currently doing, trying to defend Bill C-9. And I don't try to bring it into this place, Mark Garretson says. And it's like, okay, then why introduce legislation that goes into churches, goes into mosques, goes into synagogues, telling them what they can and cannot read of their scriptures? You tell me. Why? If you think it has no place in politics, then why are you bringing legislation on it? Be curious. I would like to know. And this is where it goes really interesting, kind of goes awry. We'll watch 2.5 minutes of this because, trust me, it sounds like it's long, but it is massively entertaining because the skirmish just takes place in the House of Commons over this issue. There's people start yelling at each other across the aisle. Jamil says some things. Mark Garretson says some things. It gets very personal, and it gets very interesting very quickly. Because after Mark Garrettson's soapbox moment of, you don't know my faith, you don't know me, well, Jamil Jivani responds to that in kind and says, well, okay, here.
The member for Bowmanville, Oshawa North.
Let me say this. What's funny, I don't know, Multi, you'll find it where you are. I'm assuming you're in a largely Catholic area. You know how many people you'll find that are liberals that are actually Catholic?
Bruh, I am in a big town. Forget about that.
So you have like these people who are Catholic, who are a part of the Democratic Party, and they're very liberal, but they'll be the first to endorse abortion and things. This is not a condemnation on actual practicing Catholics, but what's funny in here is there's bishops and people in the church that would deny them communion, which isn't really, that's up to the ones. But I cannot tell you how many times I've seen people on the left or atheists quote scriptures towards conservatives, yet they're the most ungodly heathens. And the thing is, it's interesting how, because the Catholic faith, it's a faith, but it can also be a lifestyle as well as a thing. There's a reason why. You'll find that a lot of liberals will be Catholic or Catholic upbringing. And
that's interesting.
It sounds weird, but it's true.
It is.
Does that make sense, Multi?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't pretend to know anything about the member from Kingston other than what he shows me when I show up to work. And what I see when I show up to work is a man with no respect for Christians, Muslims, and Jews in this country, and a man who supports efforts by the Liberal Party to colonize and imperialize people.
Order.
I don't like that, but
I believe we have a point of order from the...
You have it there. Jamil Jivani's like, yeah, you're right. I don't know you. All I know is I see what you're doing when I come to work, and it doesn't line up with Christian values when you're trying to essentially police what they're saying in their places of worship. Sorry, don't like it, too bad. And then...
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I know the member
Shameful.
from Kingston is a Christian himself. And to make the type of allegation that the member
is
just made,
very
I
shameful.
believe he owes.
Order. I'll ask the member from Bowmanville or Oshawa North to please quiet down.
So Jamil's giving it to Lamoureux at this point. Let him know, stop, you don't know what you're talking about. You can keep going on all you want. What I said was true. Watch.
The member from Winnipeg North, he could quickly get to the point of his.
Mr. Speaker, I know the government House Whip as a Christian, and it is distasteful for the member to say what he just put on the record, and we would ask that he withdraw the comments and apologize.
And resign.
And they're the ones that are saying, "Oh, Trump arrests his political enemies," and so the liberals want them to resign.
Here's the funny thing: that one guy, I guess I see as a conservative. Yeah, that's a little bit shameful for everybody involved, but he does make a point. Now, it is funny if I see a conservative quote colonialism and Kendrick Lamar song, but he is very based. The funny part on one factor, it's very interesting how a lot of liberal people are becoming very anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It's crazy enough that with the demise of, they'll be the first, liberals will be the first to condemn Gaza and other things. Because if you looked at during that one video earlier, Poilievre quoting queers for Gaza was like, oh God. I was dying laughing. I don't know about you. Because it's like the most oxymoronic movement ever.
I was.
Because, and then the furry stuff, the liberal people are into furry shit. I'm like, you don't go there. Don't. I'm like, wow. But see, the thing is, this guy does make points. He almost makes points with me. Right up until the conservative guy is who I'm talking about. He is correct on the anti-Semitism because the problem is the Muslim people go to the liberals and say, I'm being oppressed. So they oppress the Jewish people. You know, it's funny, but they'll be the first to be subverted.
Yeah.
Lamoureux, clutching the pearls as liberals normally do, saying this, there's no place in the House of Commons. I ask that he retract his statement. And you
but
hear
never call for firing,
Jamil in the distance saying, 0 chance is that going to happen.
Then you should leave the chamber.
Yeah. Order. I can stand here all day. Order.
So you heard there again, Jamil saying 0 chance am I ever retracting that. Then Garrison pipes back at him saying, well, how about you go to the universities and do your thing over there? And then that's when everyone erupts.
Order! I will stand here all day until the House comes back to order. Okay. I will review what was said on the tapes. I will come. Take a look at the blues and come, and I will take a look at the come and come back to the House if necessary. Order.
Jamil, just let him know. Let him know. 0 chance. 0 chance am I ever retracting that. Holy jumping.
The honourable member for the Chief Government Whip on order. I will invite the member to please.
And catch that, Harry. Jamil then yells out, liberal censorship. I need you to catch that because then Mark Garrison tries to use that against him here right now as he steps up and talks.
Not take the floor when he hasn't been recognized by the chair. The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Notwithstanding what was said about me, because I will leave it to the member to do the respectful thing and apologize to me. But the member just yelled out to you that you are participating in liberal censorship.
There's a funny
Mr.
part
Speaker.
about this.
He owes an apology to this House and to you personally and
Oh,
to that.
shame.
A liberal saying liberal censorship.
Okay, no, they have a shape. Okay, do you know what's the thing about different types of culture? like a shame culture is an interesting thing because, as I said, that guy, the conservative guy, running off at the mouth, yes, he's uninformed about what he's talking about. He almost has 100% good gotcha on the guy, but there's a problem here, isn't there? He basically opens himself up. He could have stated it better, but there's this whole thing. There is a point to be made that people of all sides use faith as a shield. That is just stupid by any measure.
The seat that you occupy.
Yeah, you're here.
But you can't.
So you see how that happened, right? Jamil Jovani's directing his ire at Mark Gerritsen, Kevin Lamoureux, saying liberal censorship, liberal censorship. Gerritsen takes that and twists it, as liberals normally do, and he said that to you, Chair. He said that to you, Mr. Speaker. That's disrespect to you. And it's like, no. Jamil was yelling at you guys for demanding he retract a statement, and he called that liberal censorship. Then he took that and twisted it, saying, no, he told the Mr. Speaker that he was participating in liberal censorship, which was not true. Not true at all. And again, being able to hide behind parliamentary privilege, being able to outright lie in the House of Commons is wild.
Order. I didn't hear that.
Hiding behind rules.
But I do appreciate, and Order!
And Jamil's getting very loud. You can hear there. And he's yelling at them, you're disrespectful. And yeah, that's the proper response considering what they just tried to do just there. So that took place. And that is essentially the bulk of what happened. There was a lot more that happened just before that, happened a little after that. I know I said this yesterday, I messed up, but I'll make sure the link is there this time of this.
That was golden.
No, you missed the thing too, because like the funny thing about a moment like that is, yes, the junior person, because you'd see that here in the U.S. when they say like you're out of order, they'll tell you you're out of order, and it's not. There are rules in decorum in the House and the Senate. And what we're finding in our country is a lot of the liberal types or the older, they're like, oh, like the Al Green thing, I'll stand up and yell during a speech with the president there kind of thing and yell, you lie. He got kicked out of the chamber. Why? Because there's rules. He just got kicked out of a chamber for the session. Yeah. And he did that as a civil protest. Now, the problem itself is, yes, they'll use procedures against you. Now, the thing about it is, is that a little uncivil, but the liberal people know well enough that look, there's a whole argument that Catholics sometimes don't practice what they preach and why the Reformation happened. But here's the thing on that. Christians, it's weird. Christians always go, oh, you're unchristian, like this. Okay. That's a matter here nor there. But in politics, there are people who always go contradictory to what they act. And faith usually collides when someone like that. Like Catholics have this tendency, they'll be practicing Catholics, but it's what kind of Catholics and what they can write off. So that guy saying, oh, he's not Christianly principled and going to go against stuff. Yeah, there is a whole section of people that get written off. Because like O'Reilly's an actual Irish Catholic. He's said, oh, the current Pope is not correct on immigration. Because what's funny is the current Pope is fine with immigration. So almost will be up. Take it for what it's worth, right? Yeah. That type of thing. And when you're talking a politician saying, now I'll be honest, like the conservative guy, if he calls himself that, quoting colonization, there's a flaw there. That's a leftist talking point. But and when I mean that is to look up what decolonialization, it's usually a progressive talking point.
Yeah.
you'll find it. And the thing when you look at a lot of these people, yeah, he's right to call out. Now, saying the other person on the right of left side saying to resign, look, what's funny in Congress before there was civil order in the 1800s, there was fist fights in Congress in the Senate. People got beaten with canes at one of the major events prior to Civil War. There was two senators or Congress people arguing over something. He beat the other guy with a cane, and another person came and these people gave him a replacement cane the next day.
Yeah,
like, come on.
It's so funny and stuff, but here's the thing: we are moving to the outro because it's almost 5 hours. Now, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
I'm just working out things next week, hopefully. I'll have I should have the VGAs next week and live coverage. I'll have something leading up to it. And I might have some game streams next week. So, yeah. Diablo 4's new season comes out next week.
Interesting. So, in my end of the internet, we will play more Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. We will have another stream where we do a movie tier list on Wednesday, and Tuesday I talk about Smallville season 7 and 8. And with that being said, next Saturday, never mind. It's next Friday, actually. Next Friday will be our political stream Friday because Saturday I get to see a friend. So Friday, if you're available, Dragon, we will have our political stream on Friday. That being said, thank you a lot. And that was very fun. And we are out.